Good morning, everyone. We are just waiting for Professor Kapil Kapoor to join us, and we shall begin as soon as he is here. Please be a little patient with us. Thank you.
Namaskar, Srinivas ji.
Namaskar, Kapoor sahab. Namaskar, sir. Namaskar. How are you, sir?
Thank you very much, sir. I'm okay.
Okay, great. Are you in Delhi now?
Yes, I am in Delhi.
Okay.
Shantan ji, namaskar.
Sir, namaskar. Thank you so much for
जी,
coming.
नमस्कार. कैसे हैं? नीलूफर जी, नमस्कार. You have forgotten me, but I haven't forgotten you.
Ma'am, you are on mute. Nilufar, ma'am, you are on mute.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Kapil sir. We remember you. We haven't forgotten you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. May I send you my regards? Nandini here. JNU 1993.
Oh, yes. You look the same. Yes.
I don't. Thank you.
You look the same.
Thank you, sir. So good to see you. So good to see you.
So,
This is Shantan's configuration. Yes.
So, shall we start?
Yes, of course.
Right. Good morning, everyone. We are so happy to have you all here. This is the one-day online symposium on translation as reception, which is being organized by the Sahitya Academy and the Center for Translation of Indian Literatures of Jadavpur University. And we are all aware of the fact that all the Indian literatures have borrowed, have been influenced by each other, and have also been interacting with other non-Indian foreign literatures, and our trajectories of literature have developed, have taken newer shape because of these influences. That is one of the major themes that this symposium seeks to address. Let us start. I would request, first of all, Dr. K. Srinivas Rao, the Secretary of the Sahitya Academy, to deliver the welcome address for this symposium. Rao, sir.
Thank you, Professor Sayantan Das Gupta. Kapoor sahab is there. He has already left.
I think sir just got up to keep whatever he was eating.
Looks like
So
it. Looks
he should
like
be back. He should be back. He is.
Okay.
There he is.
Okay. Also, welcome to all of you, respected Professor Kapil Kapoorji, eminent scholar, writer, editor, and former chairman of Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla, Professor Sayantan Das Gupta, coordinator, Center for Translation of Indian Literature, Jadavpur University, all the participants of this program and friends. I'm glad to welcome all of you for this day-long symposium on translation as reception. My heartfelt wishes to all of you for a healthy, happy, and prosperous 2023.
I think we are having a problem. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Shantan, we can.
We can hear him.
Yeah, we
I
can hear him. Shantan, it must be your.
I can hear Raoji even when he's not talking.
Thank you, sir.
Now you remain the same.
Yes, he will never change. Sayantan, can we go ahead? Achha, he can't listen to me. Okay.
Yeah,
Shantanji, we can't even see you. We are not able to see you.
I think it must be his network. Shantan?
He's unmute. He has to unmute now. He's in mute now.
I'll just find out.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I think there was a bit of a problem.
Is it okay now?
It is okay now. Please continue.
thank
Sorry
you.
for the problem.
Okay, it's okay, perfect. So anyway, my heartfelt wishes to all of you for a healthy, happy, and prosperous 2023. Translation is perceived as an automatic activity from one language to another by a wide range of people. This is a common understanding that does not go into intricacies and nuances involved in translating a given text. The important aspect of translational activity is the reception according to the translated text. The most common assumption by laypersons is that of equivalence. Such assumptions often tend to take it for granted the portability of culture, however disconnected to and remote the source and target language and cultures are. The idea that lies at the heart of such stance is that all cultures and civilizations are uniform and therefore there will be a consonance and replication among the original and target sounds. What gets not reflected in such an approach or stand is what is often referred to as the world of aesthetics of reception. There is a horizon of expectations to refer to the set of cultural norms, assumptions, and criteria that shape the way in which readers understand and judge a translated literary work at a given time. The process by which the reader concretizes the potential of the text into a specific meaning or sense is called as reception. Any approach that alienates reception of the translated work cannot provide genuine perception. But human life in societies is full of intricacies and complexities. There may be translations whose reception may not fall within such a paradigm, or the reception itself may be very complicated. One example is the translations of Sri Sri Ramakrishna Kathamrita from Bengali into many Indian languages on the one hand, and translation of that work into English. Much of Indian languages reception was focused on the fidelity to the original work, and majority of the readers glued onto equivalence and debates in the 20th century throws large number of examples of that. But such a reception is not perceived as a wrong one. The English translation of that work was highly anglicized at many places, obliterating the Bengali cultural references and created a new paradigm in itself. Surprisingly, not only Indians but people from many other lands were able to connect with the original way, but they all did in their own individual ways. The paths they traversed were different, but the destination was common. Then there are two other translations, one original from South America, 100 Years of Solitude, and one another but more contemporary from India, that is Punachi, which got recently a translation award as well. Whereas the English translation of Gabriel Garcia Marquez deviated much from the original, of course with the permission of the author, and had a rousing reception, especially in the USA. English translation of Punachi was more faithful to the original and retained all the original cultural denotations, and yet found amazing reception in the USA among African, Asian, Italian Americans, and Hispanics. The target readers were all able to connect to the source without much difficulty. Even the source culture of the original text and culture of the target readers were not at all connected in most of the cases. There are authentic and accepted questionings of this deviation of focus from the translators and translators to readers and recipients of translations. Even their approach is valid. Validity of approaches in the eyes of the critics will have expanded universe if the commentators, critics, and scholars are willing to shed tight-jacketed binary approaches. There were some earlier approaches such as translation is politics. That is, from the time and way in which translators choose the text for translation was viewed as a political activity. There were many assumptions in such a perception and often never surfaced for others to see. There may be some translators who make a conscious choice on particular way of translation, keeping in mind the world of aesthetics of reception. In this digital age, where our perceptions are increasingly continuing to be shaped by the digital technology, pegging reception and readers at the core of the approach may actually enrich the field itself, and positive feedbacks often contribute substantially to criticism itself. To take the example from the digital field, it is no secret how the responses and feedback from the viewers improved and changed the world of subtitling. This field is getting interesting by day. There are some commentators who view the approaches of Yoast and Iser and Constant School as shifting and changing and not constant. That is so because the world is ever-changing world. Literature reflecting the world changes constantly, and hence even translation and approaches to translation have to change with time. More engagements and debates on this topic will definitely enrich the field of translation and translation studies. Sahitya Akademi is very happy to collaborate with Center for Translation of Indian Literature, Jadavpur University, in organizing this program. And Professor Sayantan is a very dynamic scholar who have been helping us in organizing many programs in the last 5 years. With these few words, I am glad to welcome all of you for this symposium. Thank you all.
Very nice. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Srinivas Rao, Secretary, Sahitya Akademi, for giving us this welcome speech for our Translation on Reception Symposium. And thank you for wonderfully starting our symposium for today. And with this, now we will be moving on to our keynote address. And we are very honored and we are very happy to have Professor Kapil Kapoor with us for the keynote address. As we know, Professor Kapil Kapoor is member, Prime Minister's 75th year Amrit Mahotsav Committee member. He's also Executive Council member of Nehru Memorial Museum.
Tamangji, there is no need to introduce.
Okay,
and the best thing to say is he needs no introduction because he has no introduction. You know?
So would
or the other way around, sir, everybody is very well aware of who you are.
Or would we like to present Professor Kapoor's bio note? Shantanda, shall we do that?
As sir wishes, yes.
Yeah.
I think, okay, then as Professor Kapoor says, we'll begin the keynote address. Probably that would be the best introduction from what we have to hear from him. Okay, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tamang. I hope you don't mind my saying that.
Not at all. Over to you.
You know, these days when people introduce me, it begins to sound like obituary. You know, he was this, he was this, he was this, he was that. So it's better to avoid that.
Okay, sure, no problem. Okay, then.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I am thankful to Shantanji for thinking that at the age of 83, I can still, think and speak. And that's very nice of him. And giving me an opportunity to meet some very, very old friends, people I've known for a long time. And also some people who were students who are now professors, as they should be. Yes. I'm very happy to be here. I'm not at all. In fact, I was more or less, as Sartre Resartus, Carlyle says, I was a professor of things in general, So I don't really belong to any specialization or something. But translation, since it is such a widespread common activity, almost like the air around you, so one naturally keeps thinking, hearing people, and in response, forming some ideas. I personally think that translation is essentially a utilitarian act. You see, it's a useful act, and it is useful because people speaking different languages, they connect with each other. They communicate with each other. They are able to appreciate the best that has been said in language X. You see, and that way they come closer to the sensibility. So there is a kind of sensibility connection. So it's a utilitarian exercise. And often it is an economic exercise also, and sometimes academic also. Because, translating, as you know, in JNU, there was a time when, and in fact, there is still, now things are changing a little, but the trend is still there, that mostly people were translating from foreign languages into Indian languages. You see, the French professors would be translating from French into Indian languages, Russian to Indian languages. And that exercise had both the economic and the academic dimension, you see, because it sort of added to your profile, and it also, that is the kind of thing, the idea was that India needs to be enriched. Indian mind needs to be enriched by continental minds. Not a wrong idea, essentially, not a bad idea at all. But then it's a utilitarian exercise because, I remember, all of us remember, Midsummer Night's Dream, bottom thou art translated. When bottom, the head of an ass was put on bottom, bottom ceased to be bottom. He became translated. So a translation is essentially an image. It's not the original. We all know this. When the friend said, bottom thou art translated, he meant that bottom, you are no longer the same. And you recall Plato in Cratylus, you see, asking Cratylus, if we make an image of you, will that image be the same as you? He said, no, it won't be the same as you. So the problems basically in imaginative literature, as apart from the factual, quantifiable, and manipulated prose, political or otherwise. Imaginative literature will always has always problems. I used to feel, Shah Hussain, a Punjabi poet, he has a line, Asi lagge akkhan de aakhe. The mistake I made, I'm translating, the mistake I made was that I obeyed my eyes. What my eyes saw, I fell in love with that. Asi lage akhiyan de aakhe. Now, the word for the eyes and the word for obey, they have the same phonology. Same phonology. No translation in any other any other language will give you that collocation where the two words they resonate by their sound, and they create through resonance they create a meaning, a sense of feeling which otherwise cannot be created. Another example comes to my mind because long back in Srinagar there was a 1988 when the tensions were in the air and the other things were about to begin. But there was a seminar by Raoji's Sahitya Academy in 87-88 in Srinagar on translation. And at that time, a younger person, I happened to be there. And I took 4 lines from Shiv Kumar Batalvi. And I said that, these cannot be translated. You see, now, for example, I will repeat those lines and maybe possibly try to share. It's more like our, we are sitting together and sharing our random thoughts rather than giving a learned disquisition on what all is involved there. It's a beautiful lines. Save rukh jad ral ke chumman. I'll translate. Save, green, rukh, trees, when together they swing in the breeze, Save rukh jad ral ke chumman, thandiyan vagan hawawa. When the cool winds blow, and the green trees together, the swing. Save rukh jad ral ke chumman, thandiyan vagan hawawa. Kuj rukh meri maa varge ne. Some trees are like my mother. You know that people say, Mama thandiyan chhama. That mothers are like cool shades. Kuj rukh meri maa varge ne. Some are like my mother. Kuj rukh vang parama. Some are like my brothers. The same dimension, same foliage, same, with a little difference perhaps. Kuj rukh mere babe varge. You see, some are like my mother, some are like my brothers, and some are like my grandfather. Kuj rukh mere babe varge, patta tama tama. A leaf here and a leaf there. Some are like my grandfather with a leaf here and a leaf there. Now the lilt, the rhythm, the rhyme that is there, the rhythm, not the rhythm, that the lay jo hai uski, which comes from the combination of the light and the heavy syllables and the sound structure of those syllables, and the putting together in a certain order sequence the sounds. Now this cannot be repeated. You see, the syllabic rhythm, which is mostly the rhythm in Indian languages, cannot really be transferred into accentual rhythm, particularly of the English and the European languages. It's difficult. One can try, but it's difficult. You see, the point I think comes close to what Raoji has said, that there is a line of translations. In fact, you can think of about 10 kinds of translations that are involved, apart from the broad division of translation of an intellectual text to, and then translation of an imaginative text, translating classical languages into a classical language, which is a affinity, which is affinity, like say from Greek to Latin, or classical language to another family, let's say Persian, and then classical to modern Indian, modern languages of the same culture or another culture, then modern languages into modern languages of the same culture or another culture, or a third factor there is the same language family or the another language family. So that way, if you make the permutation, you get about 10 kinds of translations, and these translations, they differ in the linguistic distance and the cultural distance. The linguistic distance and the cultural distance, the more the distance, the more complex the translation act is, more complicated reception is. I like the idea of reception because these days, hospitality management is a major discipline, and reception is very important. How you receive things. Your people make it comfortable for you to receive things. Now, reception involves three things. A reception involves three things. One is something dominates the receiver, something with which the receiver negotiates, and something which the receiver dominates. You see, there are three kinds of relationships can be there. And most often it is negotiation, unless you are motivated to do a particular kind of translation. Otherwise it's generally a negotiation. And this negotiation, would involve what? For example, I will say that, let's say, first of all, it is perception. Let us say perception. That is the epistemology is perception. That is the text on the surface, the words on the surface. And we can simply go on from the surface meaning, and surface meaning we sort of render or transfer into the other language the surface meaning. So perception, what you perceive, or you can infer. The second is the anumati, and you infer. When you infer meaning, that inference will be governed by, of course, your own context, your own training, your own background, and it can also involve purpose and situation in which you are translating. But then inference will lead you to the intended meaning. You will be searching for the intended meaning, and this intended meaning you can search of the writers, or you can impose your intended meaning on the text. And the third episteme would be, where the linguistic, you look at language itself as the object, and then in a particular theoretical framework, you construct or constitute or build the meaning. For example, if I were to read, let's say, an English text, and in the Indian theoretical theory, meaning series, so then I will have, for example, the direct meaning, the indirect meaning, the suggested meaning, and then of course the tatparya, abhida, lakshana, vyanjana, and the tatparya. 4 levels of meaning one can construct from the shabda. And that language, that word, once you bring that apparatus to bear on the text, you will come up, different readers will come up with different kinds of construction. But then the meaning you reach by that theoretical framework, if you apply yourself, is a meaning that you can really experience yourself, because you have brought your own apparatus to bear upon that. And I think finally finally, the fourth appreciation one can think in this is that of, what lies beyond the visible. What you can see with your eyes shut, that is what you can experience as a first person and nominative self, and the Atma Sakshatkar, something that you experience in yourself. If you are at the same level, if I am at the same level as the poet, which is difficult, but if I bring myself to that level, and then I can experience that state of mind or the state of feeling, there, my choice of words in my language, where I am now transferring the text, will be perhaps very different process will be followed. There is no question then of equivalent lexical or annotation or, things of time, because it can actually be very difficult. For example, let's say starry-eyed person. He is a starry-eyed person. When somebody says something which is very dreamy and not, of course, you can be, a poet is always starry-eyed in the good sense, but there's also starry-eyed in the ordinary sense, where, "Arey bhaiya, din mein kyun sapne dekhte ho?" You're also starry-eyed person. Now, if you were to put starry-eyed into Hindi, what will you say? I think what one will say would be, जो व्यक्ति दिन में सितारे देखता है, जो व्यक्ति दिन में सितारे देखता है. So you need a whole sentence. So that is where you go beyond. You see by, not by your eyes or by your mind, by your experience. So this kind of elaborate exercise, that makes perhaps translation as an art also. Although I said it is a utilitarian activity, and it becomes an art to the extent that the translator has the creative imagination to empathize with the poet, or the poet. I'm talking more of poet, because poets are the most difficult, most subtle, sensitive, deeply experienced people. So if you are able to empathize, then it's a very creative act, And some of the most famous, we find not many. And then, texts themselves determine the kind of translation. In fact, some cultures, some languages may not be translated into some culture, but could be translated into the other culture. I will leave you with a thought which I shared with Shantan yesterday, that Homer's Iliad, it's all a poem about, manhood and manhood and revenge, and, taking away somebody's lady and then not returning her even at the cost of death. So Iliad is all about this. It's a very Punjabi-like narrative, a very Punjabi narrative. Now, if you translate Iliad into Hindi, try doing it. You will end up with Karuna Ras. Hindi language, from the way its syntax branches, it's mostly, right branching language. And everything you write in Hindi, it begins to sound like, Karuna Ras. In fact, I have found many people in many colleges singing the national song with Karuna Ras. Bharat Bhagya Vedata. Karuna Ras, while it should be sung in Veer Ras. So some languages tend themselves to this. But if you translate Iliad into Punjabi, you find it will work wonderfully. In Punjabi, I think Srinivasji get Iliad translated into Punjabi. And you will see how I have tried it. I won't repeat the experiment, because, you begin to, the moment you start translating into Punjabi, you start by using words which are not commonly, heard in an educated company, So the Punjabi language carries its force through a certain kind of vocabulary, like the Greek of Iliad, the Greek of Homer's Iliad. Homer's Odyssey is an old man's poem, but Homer's Iliad is a young man's poem. and the vocabulary is also young. So that kind, I'll end by pointing out that, Raoji has already mentioned that the kind of political or motivational translations. But one very interesting thing is that translation can be and is often used as an erasure. It erases things, and it's cultural violence or a intellectual violence to a text. By translation can be a violence to the text. Now I will draw your attention to Guru Granth Sahib's translations into English. Kindly read them. And if you are able to read Devanagari, and because you see, before I close, I'll make one more point and then I will stop. You see, Devanagari, when you read, you see the vocabulary is the same. Vocabulary remains the same. Now, there are several words in Guru Granth Sahib which are referred to, let us say broadly, they are used for what we say God. God in the Christian lexicon, in the Hebraic tradition, God with a capital G, ek Ishwarvadi jo hai. So we have several words in Guru Granth Sahib. There is a Prabhu, there is Paramatma, there is Bhagwan, and there is Brahma, and there is, Param Purusha. They are all used. But in English translation, which has been done, all English translations, you see, all these words are translated as the Lord with a capital L. Now, this is Christianizing the text. You see, this amounts to Christianizing the text. And it is motivated. It is motivated. So it's not that it is unmotivated, it's simply that people don't know. And for example, when we in JNU, I set up a small Shastra group to translate, Shastra philosophical texts into English. And we made a set of rules. We drew up a set of rules that the technical terms we will not translate. We will annotate. So, for example, yoga, chitta, vritti, these we will not translate. We'll use them as they are. And in the footnote, we will annotate them. Recently, there has been a book, Sanskrit Untranslatables. You see, that there are words that not only cannot be translated, but should not be translated, because the moment you translate that word into the other language, you import cultural baggage and you drop some cultural baggage, you see. And therefore, this word becomes, what happens to the word in a translation is a history in itself. This is what happens to the word. The last point that I wanted to make was that in Indian languages, it is highly necessary that we shift our direction. Now, from translating from foreign or into foreign, we should do intra-Indian language translations at a very large scale, And sir, because let us say, even if you have the 2 or 3 linguistic groups, you find that since the vocabulary of Indian languages is mostly shared vocabulary, even technical vocabulary, there are different types of translations that the Sahitya Academy can encourage. In my opinion, in case of many works, if you simply change the script and do nothing else, just change the script. Change the script of a Punjabi, Hindi, Marathi, Gujarati, Bangla text. Change the script and put it in other scripts of Indian languages. The readership of that work will enlarge geometrically, simply by changing the script, because the words have no problem. And of course, the second exercise is a simple paraphrase, because Indian language to Indian language is not a translation. It is a rendering. It's a rendering. What you change is the grammatical ending, the inflection and the derivation, not the word. The words remain the same. That is my view. I think, thank you very much for giving me the time and listening to me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm supposed to give a vote of thanks for this introductory session. So I must start with Sir Professor Kapil Kapoor. I think he has just proved that he is not 83 years old, as he said, but he is 83 years young. The kind of wonderful erudition and accessibility that he brought into that presentation. Sometimes erudite papers are not accessible to all. This is a classic instance of how erudition and accessibility can go hand in hand. I think this has set the tone for the rest of the symposium. And I think many of the issues that you have brought up, sir, will resonate in the later presentations and papers that come in. Adan Pradan, you've spoken about the politics behind Adan Pradan. Dan has its own dynamics. So all of that will come in, I'm sure. And not only was there a theoretical, historical background to this presentation, also a utilitarian thrust, because he was also trying to highlight directions in which translation activity needs to go in India, can go. So I'm sure all of that will come in. Very, very useful. And there's only one thing that we missed about your presentation, sir. That is when Professor Kapoor has these meetings with younger people like us, when we have worked with him and been enlightened by him, he always brings in something for the meeting. And that is this sweets from Ajmer called Gajak. That is what we are missing today because we are having online.
That's very sad. We never got any. No, sir. This is not done.
Well, if we were to meet, we will. I will definitely. It is my joy. It's my joy, my happiness. I feel so happy when we physically sit down together somewhere. And as it happens these days, most of the people present are younger to me. So it's a pleasure.
So hopefully the next time we'll be able to have you with us at a physical conference, and we'll look forward to the Gajak as well, apart from the erudition.
Lemon tart.
Let me also thank the Sahitya Academy and Dr. Srinivas Rao, Secretary of the Sahitya Academy. The Sahitya Academy has always been with us. Ours is a very small center for translation of Indian literatures. But for years, we have been working with the active support and encouragement of the Sahitya Academy. And Dr. Rao, of course, gave another very exciting talk, which will also, I'm sure, resonate in the presentations that come in. And particularly, I think on a personal note, I'd like to thank him because I think this is one of the last events being organized by the English Board of the Sahitya Academy, which has just got over the tenure. And I thank you for all the support we've had over the last 5 years. And I'm sure we will continue to have that kind of support in the center from the Sahitya Academy in the future as well. Also, there is another event that the Sahitya Academy is organizing today in Calcutta, and I think he is here for that event. In spite of that, he took out the time to be here with us. We are extremely grateful for this gesture. Finally, I thank Jadavpur University, my colleagues and the administration from the university for helping us organize this. Shraddhanjali Tamang, Dr. Tamang is Joint Coordinator of the Center for Translation of Indian Literatures. She was introducing Professor Kapoor towards the beginning, and Tiash Boshu, who has been doing all the work in the background for this inaugural session, casting it on YouTube and all that. And a big thank you to the audience and the speakers who are gathered here. I think Professor Bharucha and Professor Saha have raised their hands. Maybe Nilufar ma'am first, and then Nandini.
Come and see.
Yes, Professor Bharucha, you are on mute.
Sir, this is Sridhar here. Avdesh.
I know, sir. I looked at you in the beginning also. I know. Nice of you.
Hello to you. Compliments of the season. Thank you very much.
Oh, wonderful.
To hear
Sridharji, you have begun to look now mature. When I last saw you,
sir,
you were all black. Hair and mustache and everything.
It's a lie. I just bleached it a little bit. Thank you so much.
Very nice to meet you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Nandini, you would like to say
Shubha
something?
ji hai. Shubha ji, aap hain?
Yes.
I must be forgiven for not noticing you earlier.
Oh,
Namaskar.
Namaskar, Kapoor ji. It's such
Namaskar ji.
a
Namaskar.
great pleasure to see you.
So
Such a
nice
great
to see
pleasure.
you. So nice to see you.
Namaskar.
You're keeping well.
I'm
Your
fine.
health is all right.
I'm fine. Thank you so much.
Good to see you.
Thank you so
Good to
much.
see you.
Thank you so much.
I think Shubhadi has her presentation right after this session. So yes, looking forward to that.
Okay.
Nandini,
Nandini Saha also had something to say, na? Nandini.
Nothing much. This is such a pleasure, and it's such a great start. Thank you, sir. Thank KK. It's taken me back these many years to your classroom, and you know that I love attending these lectures because we miss them even today. And thank you ever so much again for such a wonderful
nice of you.
lecture. Happy New Year, sir. Be safe,
Bless you.
be healthy. I wish you all the best. I think I have your number, so I will message you. Okay,
Bless
sir.
you.
Thank you once
Bless
again.
you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Pranam.
It's the love of my students that keeps me going, you know.
And you have no idea how much of love that is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you all. We bring this inaugural session to an end, and we shall meet again at 11:40 to start off the first group session. Thank you.
हाँ शांतन जी. Hello, sir. Thank you so much.
Good morning once again. We are about to begin the first academic session. And we have three eminent speakers in this session. We have Professor Shubha Chakraborty Dasgupta, who will be presenting on theoretical perspectives related to translation as reception. We also have Professor Nilufar Bharucha, who will be focusing on the context of Gujarati literature, and Professor Sachin Ketkar, who will be focusing on Marathi literature. And it gives us immense pleasure to have Professor Krishna Manavalli as the moderator for this session. And again, she needs no introduction, but we have her short bio note up there on the screen for those of you who would like to take a look. And so it's with great pleasure that I hand over this session to Professor Manavalli.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. It's not noon yet and it's still morning. And we're all waiting for this first session to begin, I know. So let's start with the first panel of the symposium, where we have three very, very exciting and a very interesting speakers who will be talking about the translational issues across different Indian languages. And here on this platform, we have Shubha Chakraborty Dasgupta and Nilufar Bharucha and Sachin Ketkar, who will be speaking about the issues of translation and translation reception in three different language and linguistic cultural contexts in India. To start with, we have Shubha Chakraborty Dasgupta, a former professor of Complet at Jadavpur. She served as visiting faculty at Tokyo University of Foreign Studies and also the Delhi University. She has published extensively on comparative literature, translation studies, reception studies, orators, and also on marginality. She has recently authored a book titled Bibliography of Reception, and she also has many edited volumes, including translations of short stories and autobiographies. Her recent work includes Figures of Transcontinental Multilingualism, Critical Discourse in Bangla, and a volume on Hindi Dalit stories translated into Bangla. She was editor of Jadavpur Journal of Comparative Literature and the French Bangla Translation Project of Jadavpur University Press. Chakraborty Dasgupta was executive head of the electronic Verarium edition of Rabindranath Tagore's works titled Bichitra, and she is now working on a project on compiling an electronic historical dictionary of Bangla words titled Shabdakalpa. On to Professor Chakraborty Dasgupta, and after this we'll have our two more speakers. At this point, I just want to check with Sayantan, what is the format? Are we going to have all the speakers speaking first and then the QA later? Yeah, we'll do that. I think that makes a lot more sense. If that's fine with everybody on this panel, I think we can follow that format. Let's have the presentations and then have the QA. Is that okay?
Thank you so much, Professor Manavalli, for that introduction. Respected Professor Kapoor, Dr. Srinivas Rao, Dr. Sayantan Dasgupta, esteemed colleagues, and all present here this morning, I thank you for your presence, and I'm really grateful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I have named my presentation A Few Issues in Translation as Reception, with case studies from Bangla and Hindi. Yes, there will be one or two theoretical overviews, but otherwise, because the thrust of the symposium is on empirical data, I will try to present a few hypotheses regarding the same. In focusing on reception, you're moving out from the idea of translation as a fixed, immutable entity to one that remains open for constant re-evaluation, constructing chains of signification on where the original and the translation are in a constant relationship. By bringing in the reader, you are not thinking of a unidirectional movement of message, but a dynamic to and fro series of exchanges. I think we all have in mind the works of Hans Robert Jauss, the leading proponent of reception theory, along with Wolfgang Iser. Jauss went against objectivist views of literary texts and literary history, stating that the reception of a text by readers played an important role in its aesthetic status and significance. I quote, the historical life of a literary work as that is unthinkable without the active participation of its addressees. The author and the reader operate within a horizon of expectations where the text is constituted and interpreted. The continuous establishing and altering of horizons determines the relationship of the individual text to the succession of texts that forms the genre. The concept of horizon of expectations is both historical and transsubjective. With the focus on reception, the questions related to translation change significantly. It is no more the question of right or wrong, of fidelity to the original. There can be no ultimate fidelity in translation in a changing horizon. There can only be, and this is a term that I quote, approximate correspondences. The focus is now more on the process, not in terms of a standalone event, but as an integral part of the horizon of expectation that includes the literary and the historical. In fact, understanding cannot occur outside of history, as Gadamer points out. The significance of a literary and the significance of literary text is or translation over time is the unfolding of the potential for meaning that is embedded in a work and actualized in the stages of its historical reception. This is from Jauss's work. And as examples, we can think of the translations of Mehdut and Omar Khayyam over the ages to suit the requirements of the time. Elements in the historical reception include literary norms, ideology, necessity, publishing houses, and the media. Translation as reception is a complex phenomenon caught up in relations of power and asymmetries between regions and peoples, and yet there is more to the phenomenon, as I hope to show, while taking up some of the issues in the context mostly of endotropic translation in Indian languages, Bangla and Hindi, and also a tentative overview of directions that emerge from reception histories. It is stated by theorists that translation activity is at its height during periods of transition and upheavals, long periods, I would say, in the Indian context. I'm not looking at the early and medieval periods, the golden age of translation, as some scholars assert, but will turn to the 19th century, the colonial period, the establishment of the printing press, where again translation comes to the forefront. Although the early efforts made by missionaries were in the field of Bible translation and the creation of a corpus to facilitate access to the vernacular on the part of British officers, a simultaneous spate of books from Sanskrit, Arabic, and Persian were translated into Bangla. The missionary enterprise receded to the background, somewhat receded to the background, and the sphere of translation received books that were needed by the system, transforming them in accordance with its system, in keeping with a dictum brought forward by Roman Jakobson in the context of language. Where transformation is concerned, the language of Bibles translated between 1800 to 1832, there were 8 actually, the language was stiff and appeared quaint. It was only later when rigid notions of keeping intact God's words were somewhat modified with free translations of the Psalms, often with numerous Persian words, or of the Solomon songs, for instance, in a Panchali style, rendered in the 1878 translation by Kailash Chandra Banerjee, that a positive reception took place. The translation during this period was being carved out of the same creative energy and disposition that led to the construction of the literary field, where the presence of an abundant excess served to open up spaces and thought unidirectional moves. I do not have the time to go into details regarding the flurry of translation activities of scientific texts, of Sanskrit treatises, of slokas, plays, of bilingual textbooks and journals. These suggest that there was in the period both a desire for Western knowledge and a resistance to the overbearing presence of Europe and its epistemological system, manifested in the overwhelming translations of Sanskrit and some Persian texts. This would lead to a critical assessment of both received and translational knowledge that would result in the formation of the argumentative Indian and the first steps towards modernity. Just a little while ago, I mentioned that any unidirectional move was resisted by translation, though not in the sphere of scientific knowledge. I can give a few instances from the Vernacular Literature Committee, but I really don't have the time to do so, where again I would say that the colonialist agenda was only partially successful. And so you in your concept note, you talked about the ecosystem, and the ecosystem works by opening up spaces that tend to restrict the flow of life-sustaining energy, in this case, in the context of vernacular languages. And the translation ecosystem does just that. It resists closures and opens itself up to the literatures of the world. However, this struggle, this fight could not continue for long because colonial powers and market forces took away a great deal of the spontaneous receptive openness, creating a crisis. A sealing up of spaces for endotropic translation and moving largely towards an exotropic unidirectional English-oriented publishing. Traffic in just one direction can be disastrous for the ecosystem. There is something else that I wanted to talk about, but it would be, this is about the element of joy or ananda that translators talk about a lot in prefaces and in poems that they translate. But I think this is important because it brings the translator in her individual capacity to the forefront. And without this heightened emotional or impassioned receptive state, bordering on sadhana, as Buddhadev Ghosh would say, the translated text would be lifeless and dull, without the glow, or without the dim emblazoning that makes the written word come alive. I would, turning to Hindi, translations operated within a similar horizon of expectations in Hindi. A large number of texts from Sanskrit, along with a large number from English, and then from Bangla and some Urdu and Marathi and some Urdu. The text, because in Urdu, they were just putting in the Hindi script for Urdu. The texts from Sanskrit and English were often the same in Bangla and in Hindi. Translation activity was geared towards the development of a robust Khari Boli, as in the Bangla context, it was towards the development of a supple prose that would be able to bear the weight of different discourses. The focus of reception was on the didactic. Hitopadesh was translated again and again, and there were translations of didactic tales that were also named Hitopadesh in both languages. And didacticism of link, as I've argued elsewhere, was had this idea behind it. It was in keeping with the forging of an identity that would be able to thwart all negative associations imposed on the colonized. There was also the need for practical. The translations were made regarding practical needs of society, such as the transfer of scientific knowledge and the creation of a historic sensibility that would lead to the forging of a nationalist consciousness and initiate a gradual move towards freedom. As Professor Kapoor also said, endotropic translation in this context necessitates different parameters of description and understanding. There was no other as such, just the beginnings of a move towards constructing an other. Bharatendu refers to Bangla as Bari Bahan in the context of translation of plays. A phenomenon to be noted is also the fact that several texts were translated into Hindi from Bangla translations. We have Kadambari translated from, not from the Bangla text, but sorry, not from the Sanskrit text, but from Bangla. Uncle's Tom Cabin as Ram Kutiyar That Gulami Par Kuthar from Chondi Charan Boshu's Bangla translation, and Robinson Crusoe also from Bangla in 1860. The Bangla translation had come out from Vernacular Literature Society in 1842, and the translator had changed the scene and made Robinson Crusoe the son of an Armenian merchant living in Kolkata, who was wrecked on one of the islands of the Eastern Archipelago. But of course, the committee was not pleased with it, most members, and they decided that adaptations would no more be accommodated, though in the initial papers, the society had agreed to accept small adjustments. Historical novels in Bangla received an important place in translation in the literary system of Hindi. Again, I will not elaborate on the texts. And these historical texts were closer to the traditional stories prevalent in the literary circuit, and therefore their easy acceptance, rather than the European novel. And history writing emerged during this period. The genre of charit writing received an impetus in the hands of Bharatendu, and charit kathas, the Charitabali was translated from Bangla, as also other texts. Similarly, many social novels were also translated, along with a few popular novels from Bangla. And Dr. Hazari Prasad Dwivedi talks about how these translations liberated Hindi from the supernatural, exaggerated, event-filled attraction of airy novels, and on the other hand, turned its interest towards Shuddha Bharatiya Sanskriti, true Indian culture. And however, it must not be forgotten that alongside the translated literature, creative literature of a similar kind was also on the rise. Because what is to be translated is also always determined by the literary system. Translation is a part of a literary polysystem, and perhaps the most effective one, as Itamari van Zohar thinks. Although we must also mention that Premchand was not happy with the spate of translations from Bangla and Marathi, because he thought that they were having a negative effect on the independent growth of Hindi prose. Otherwise, a general point of view that was sometimes expressed was that prose emerging out of translations of English words in Hindi reduced the supple quality of prose and brought in a gap between colloquial and written languages. In between, I need to mention this, that there were two important texts in the landmark of translation in Hindi, and they were Chiklunkar's essays and Bacon's essays. And as the scholar remarks, they marked a tendency, they marked a changing perspective of reception by drawing away from the feeling-oriented sensibility of the Bengali Renaissance to a more intellectual and rational ethos. Translation as reception is a very dynamic system. So talking about gaps, the modernist movement in Bangla, with its translation of high modernist Western poets, brought in unbridgeable gaps between the common language and that of poetry. This is perhaps what is happening here has been called, has been called the law of interference by Gideon Toury, where works in the then this is happening in the modern period, where the source language text tends to force itself on the translator, and hence the target culture, and elements and patterns that did not exist in the target language become important. Are imported. So this is in Hindi, of course. This happened at a somewhat later stage when a lot of European novels were being translated. All of Camus' novels were, for instance, translated, and this led to Hindi novelists. This led them to bring in an existential crisis in their novels and drawing the individual further and further away from the community. This is so anyway, the study of the scene changes rapidly in the 20th century when there are a lot of players in the publishing field. There are program translation publishing projects in the 1960s and 70s from Russia, etc. And that has a great impact on the field of translation. But as I end, I wish to highlight the fact that in recent years, translation as reception has gradually been moving towards texts of the, I would say, oppressed and silent peoples, those who have been, quote, excluded from the dominant modes of being and knowing. There is a felt necessity for this, again within quotes, logic of reversal. Or else, why do you think Pramod Kumar made Baby Haldar write her story and then got it translated into Hindi? This is Alo Andhari, and its reception history was phenomenal. This is talking to a PhD scholar. I mean, who has a scholar who has just submitted his PhD, Deepthi Paur, tells me that a study of translations into Bangla of endangered languages showed a considerable rise in the last 2 decades. That is from 2000 onwards. And this is the figures are not really very great, but then again there is something that is happening there. Yes, I'm not just thinking about subaltern or Dalit texts, but also of indigenous and feminist literatures and orators. It is akin to a project on decoloniality that is different from the post-colonial studies, and to quote from the website of the Decolonizing Humanities Projects, it's a method that aspires to restore, elevate, renew, rediscover, and acknowledge and validate the multiplicity of lives, life experiences, culture, and knowledge of indigenous people, people of color, and colonized people, as well as to decenter heterosis normativity, gender hierarchies, and racial privilege. There's a questioning of the modern that is involved here. Here as well, in this situation, the dynamic of translation practice undergoes a change. Questions too are once more different, and what is prized is not the closest proximity to the original, but a deep sense of respect for the other, a sincerity, and a constant dialogue between author, translator, and reader. The logic of reversal at the heart of such a reception studies holds out the promise of a new equality and justice, of a new vision of equality and justice, and webs of solidarity from across all kinds of borders. But then translation is a system in a polysystem. The other systems need to change for the vision to move towards actualization. But since translation is one of the most effective systems in the literary polysystem, translators and institutions can at least work towards that ever-receding goal. Thank you.
You are on mute, Professor Manavalli.
Thank you so much, Professor Dasgupta. This beautifully historicized discussion of translation in the Bangla context has been very, very enlightening. Thank you so much again. And our next speaker is another well-known translator and cultural thinker who's going to talk to us about the Gujarati translational context. Professor Nilofer Barucha is the director of diasporic instructions of home and belonging at the India Diaspora Center. She is visiting professor in humanities at the Center for Excellence in Basic Sciences, University of Mumbai. Earlier, she was a senior professor and former head of the Department of English She's a faculty now at an associate emeritus at the South Asian Studies Institute, University of Fraser Valley, then Canada and Global Faculty, Fairleigh Dickinson University, New Jersey, USA. Her areas of specialization include post-colonial literature, the writing of the Parsis, gender studies, diasporic literature, and the cinema. She's published 2 books on Rohingya history, Ethnic Enclosures and Transcultural Spaces, and Indian Diasporic Literature and Cinema. She has co-edited 4 books on Indian English writing, her translations from Gujarati and Urdu, and her short stories in English have been extensively published. She is on the jury for literature awards in India and abroad. She was awarded a British Council Scholarship, a Commonwealth Academic Staff Fellowship, a Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute visiting lectureship, 2 visiting professorships at German universities, and an ICCR rotating chair at the Munster University, Germany. That's wonderful. We're waiting for the wonderful, marvelous conversation to ensue now. Professor Bharucha, on to you.
Thank you, Professor Manvalli, for this introduction. And thank you very much to Shantan Das Gupta and the Sentinel Center, as well as the Sahitya Akademi for this invitation. And a very big thank you. I'm very honored that Kapil Kapoor is here and will be listening to my talk and maybe a little alarmed as well. All right. So let me begin. I'm going to talk about translation as reception, impact of diverse cultures and literatures on Gujarati writing. I shall begin with a quotation from Salman Rushdie from his collection of essays, Imaginary Homelands. I quote, "The word translation comes etymologically from the Latin for bearing across. Having been born across the world, we are translated men. It is normally supposed that something gets lost in translation. I cling obstinately to the notion that something can also be gained," unquote. In the context of Gujarati literature, as in almost all the other literatures written in diverse Indian languages, there is evidence of the languages of the colonizers impacting on them directly or indirectly, advertently or inadvertently, and overtly or covertly. Similarly, in a multilingual space such as India, literatures are influenced not just by cultures and writings that have been born across to them, but also from within their own spaces, which are home to other languages. Thus, as Rushdie has said, we are all translated men and women who have gained more than we have lost in the process of translation. And these translations have been exotropic as well as endotropic. Different languages have spread themselves like a rich quilt over what we call Gujarati literature. Within the geopolitical spaces of Gujarat, there are many other languages, dialects, and languages that use the Gujarati script or lipi. For instance, Kutchi, due to its mutual intelligibility with Sindhi, is sometimes looked upon as a dialect of Sindhi, but also prides itself upon being an independent language that uses the Gujarati lipi. Kutchi has borrowed from Gujarati, Marwari, and Hindi Urdu. As regards dialects, the reference here is, among other dialects, to Kathiawari and Surti. Intertwined in this linguistic scheme are also dialects which are spoken by the Boris in Gujarat, as well as in their widespread diaspora across the world. The reference here is to Lisan-ud-Dawat, which is Gujarati, strongly laced with Perso-Arabic vocabulary and written in the Arabic Naqsh script. Arabic and Persian literature have had their influence on this language or dialect, rather a dialect. Gujarat, being one of the gateways into India via land as well as sea, has had traders and invaders landing there and trading or looting and then either going away or settling. The Islamic period saw many incursions into this space, either directly or through Islamic rulers who had established long-term or short-lived kingdoms in the north of India. As for the Mughals, they brought with them to Gujarat the influence of Persian and Turkic Arabic and Turkic Afghan languages, cultures, and literatures. This influence manifests itself in, for instance, in the Gujarati Ghazal form. There is also Parsi Gujarati, still spoken and written by the minuscule community of Parsis who now live mainly in Mumbai or in Western diaspora. Due to language loss of the Farsi language which they brought with them to Gujarat, even their ancient Zoroastrian prayer books are transliterated into the Gujarati script. The influence of Farsi vocabulary, though, is still to be found in Parsi Gujarati. For instance, the use of the word dukti for girl, probably from the Persian dukta. The influence of Parsis on Gujarati literature is to be found in theatre, poetry, and journalism. Parsi theatre influenced Gujarati theatre as much as it did other language theatres in India. Bilingual Gujarati and English Parsi newspapers such as the Bombay or now the Mumbai Samachar, which was established in 1822, Kaisar-e-Hind, which was established in 1882, Jame Jamshed, which was established in 1832, and Dadabhai Nauroji's Rast Goftar, established in 1854, carried forward this influence into journalism. These newspapers were widely read not just by Parsis, but Gujaratis in general. There's also the impact of Parsi poets like Bairamji Malbari and Faramji Khabardar. Kavi Khabardar's influence on Gujarati literary space was acknowledged by men like Gandhi, who himself took a strong interest in the development of Gujarati language and literature. Gandhi has compared Khabardar favorably with other contemporary Gujarati poets such as Narsi Rao Divetya. Khabardar was an avid reader of Gujarati literature, notably the works of Kavi Dalpat Ram, as well as English poetry. Khabardar, like Malbari, has also written poetry in English, 59 of which were published in a collection entitled The Silken Castle, which came out in 1918. Khabardar has also written ghazals in Gujarati. The impact of British poetry during the colonial period is as much evident in Gujarati poetry as it is in other language literatures in India. The influence of the poetry of Wordsworth, especially the ballad form, is evident in Gujarati poetry, as is that of Victorian poets such as Tennyson. In the 19th century, the spread of English education in the Bombay Presidency, which included the present state of Gujarat, and the establishment of the Bombay University in 1857, resulted in the rapid spread of not just the English language, but also literature. This was, after all, the period in which languages were taught through literature. The cultural and social influences of English language and literature were perceived as a mixed blessing in Gujarat. At one level, there were reforms in society, opening up of horizons and empowerment of certain sections of society. But at another level, there was also felt a need to promote Gujarati literature and language itself. This led to the setting up of the Gujarati Vernacular Society in 1844, which was actually the brainchild of Alexander Kinloch Forbes. His surname has been Gujaratified into Farbus, and any Gujarati worth his weight would say Farbus instead of Forbes. So Alexander Kinloch Forbes was the magistrate in Ahmedabad who encouraged the poet Dalpat Ram. The Forbes Gujarati Sabha was established in 1865. The Farbus Sabha and its magazine continue to exert influence on Gujarati literature and society today. Dalpat Ram's contemporary Narmad had benefited from English education and was influenced by the reformist writings of Europeans. His worldview included not just reform, but the more radical notions of freedom from British rule, though So through English translations, Narmad had access to European writers such as Molière. Interestingly, the late 19th century British India saw the standardization and increasing Sanskritization of major Indian languages and the simultaneous covert dumbing down of local resistance and reform evident in rich dialectical varieties. However, the exposure to reformist and radical writing through translations, which were now available to Indians, ensured the survival of the radical and reformist strain in the Gujarati psyche and public spaces. As in other linguistic zones in India, the translation of Shakespeare and performance of his plays in Gujarati was a very popular theatrical activity located mainly in theatres in Surat, Ahmedabad, and Bombay. The Parsi theatre was in the forefront of the staging of Shakespeare's plays in English as well as in Gujarati translation. When the Victoria Natak Mandali was formed, its first production was a Gujarati translation of Much Ado About Nothing, translated in Gujarati as Khodyo Dungar Nikalyo Undar. Gujarati Hindu scholars and writers like Diwan Bahadur Dhruva and more recently Hansa Mehta translated sections or rather entire Shakespeare plays. As the colonial period moved into the nationalist or what is known as the Gandhi period in Gujarati literature, the Gujarati language enriched itself even more with the additional inputs, literary and linguistic. These enrichments enlarged the scope of the language itself, not just in the literary, but also in the socio-political sense, as the two rival figures of the nationalist struggle, M.K. Gandhi and M.A. Jinnah, were both from Gujarati spaces. While Jinnah's parents spoke Kutchi and Gujarati, Jinnah himself was more fluent in English. Gandhi, on the other hand, was educated in England and had lived in the South African diaspora for 21 years, but was closer to his Gujarati roots and wrote as much in Gujarati as he did in English. His literary and socio-cultural forebears were not just the poets of Gujarat, but also Ruskin and Tolstoy. This eclectic mix transferred itself to his own writing and in turn impacted upon the millions of Indians and the men and women in other lands who he influenced in his own lifetime and beyond. The special love that Gandhi bore for Gujarati surfaced in his speeches and written work. I quote, "After all, Gujarati is not a language to be thrown away. It has poets like Narsi Mehta, Akho Bhagat, Dayaram. It has a lot of scope for development, a language that is shared and nurtured by three great religions, Hinduism, Islam, and Zoroastrianism, can have no limits," unquote. The eminent position occupied by Rabindranath Tagore during this period ensured his impact on Gujarati literature. There were many translations of Tagore's works into Gujarati. One of them was by Madhav Desai, Gandhi's secretary, who translated Ekla Chalo Re. This particular song was in fact very popular among Gujarati singers. With the coming of independence to India and the setting up of government-sponsored institutions such as Sahitya Akademi for the spread of original Indian language literature as well as translations from one Indian language to another, as well as into English, received state patronage and financial backing. This has meant that literary translations from the more marginalized languages of India have also become available to Gujarati readers. Apart from the widening scope of endotropic translations, what is also notable in its spread and impact is Dalit writing and women's writing. Here too, endotropic and exotropic translations have played their role in taking these texts to the Gujarati reading public. In the context of Dalit literature, Gujarat did not have the vibrant synthesis first between Dalit writing and the life and works of Dr. Ambedkar, nor did it have the later radical reception by it of the Black American group, the Black Panthers, and their writing. The establishment of the Dalit Panthers in Maharashtra was a result of the direct influence of the Black Panthers. There were also Dalit women who wrote in Marathi, mainly their own life stories, such as Babita'i Kamble, thereby exemplifying the American feminist credo, the personal is the political. The Gujarati Dalit novelist, poet and dramatist Dalpat Chauhan affirms that Dalits in Gujarat did not have the inspirational figure like Baba Saheb Ambedkar, nor were they radicalized like the Dalit Panthers in the beginning. But the Marathi Dalit Panthers did have an influence on them. Chauhan traces back the beginnings of the visibility of Dalit Gujarati writing to the launch of the journal Panther, edited by Ramesh Chandra Parmar and other journals like Kalo Suraj and Akrosh in the 1970s and 80s, some of which were edited by Chauhan himself. Impact of women and their writing in Gujarati literature goes back at least as far as the Bhakti period to writers such as Ganga Sati and Mirabai. Mirabai, of course, wrote in Rajasthani, Marwari, etc., a continuum along with Gujarati of that period. In the colonial period, women writers like Savita Gauri Pandya and Alibai Palankar, Bai Astor and Diwali Ben Nathlal wrote in the reformist mode and challenged regressive social mores. During the nationalist periods, Gandhi's social and political agendas had a major impact on the writing of women. In the post-independence period, again, there were women writers like Hiraben Pathak, Saroj Pathak, among many others, who also made the personal the political, and some of them wrote with an awareness of Western feminist theories. Here we also have women like Vibhuti Patel, whose interdisciplinary expertise in areas such as economic sociology and feminism have resulted in intersectional translations from English into Gujarati, Hindi, and Marathi. The reception of her work by generations of her students and leftist and feminist activists in Gujarat, Maharashtra, and other wider spaces is very substantial. As for the influence of modernism on Gujarati literature, a major voice was that of Suresh Joshi, who taught for long years at the MS University, Vadodara. He was a teacher, mentor, critic, poet, novelist, translator, and editor. His preeminent interest in existentialism and phenomenology influenced a whole generation of younger Gujarati writers and critics. Joshi's theory of what he called Ghatna Vilo focused on language and craft rather than on plot or story. The almost adulatory reception of Joshi and his ideas has, however, been dampened in recent times, with some critics thinking that as a modernist, his writing and ideas encouraged elitism. Others think that his Gujarati syntax was negatively impacted by too many other languages, including Indian as well as foreign. The period that followed was dominated by writers, academics, and critics who were inevitably influenced by Joshi, such as Sitanshu Yashash Chandra. Sitanshu was at the forefront of the second generation of Gujarati modernist avant-garde. Ideologically, Sitanshu is of the opinion that being a writer means that you're also a rebel. This is an interesting stance as it moves away from high modernism into the areas of cultural materialism and the notion of literature as resistance. In one of his interviews, he has said that, I quote, "Language of poetry runs counter to the discourse of authority. To write a poem is to be a rebel, to be an outcast," unquote. Sitanshu translated widely from English and Hindi into Gujarati, but wrote creatively and critically mainly in Gujarati. The influence of other Indian languages on him is articulated in his acceptance speech of the Sahitya Samman Award. I quote, "Our mother tongue, a regional language, be it Gujarati or Hindi, Kannada or Kashmiri, each Indian language receives so much from Indian languages and gives so much in return. Each Indian language also derives nourishment from Sanskrit in its own way," unquote. Like Sitanshu, Nitin Mehta was also an academic, poet, critic, and translator who, under the influence of Joshi, embraced modernism, but also admired Russian and Eastern European poets who he read in English translation. At another level, he harbored distinct rebellious ideas. He was an idealist in many ways and had immense faith in language itself, as the ultimate vehicle for communication. I quote, "Language fascinates me," says Mehta. "I have immense faith in it. Contrary to all what our doomsayers foretell, language will keep on reinvigorating itself to meet the demands and compulsions of the digital age," unquote. Yet other poets, critics, and academics who belong to what I call the Ville Parle or Parla in Gujarati collective were Prabodh Parikh and Aruna Dalcha. Sitanshu started teaching at the Mitibai College in Ville Parle and then moved away to wider spaces. But he continued to be an important presence in the Parla collective. Nitin taught Gujarati at the Nanavati Women's College, Ville Parle. Prabodh taught philosophy and Arun taught psychology, both at Mitibai College. The works of these men widen the ripples of influence their teaching, creative and critical work, as well as their translations, had on Gujarati literature and psyche. The influence of this group was further intensified through their contributions to literary magazines, Gujarati magazines. There were many of them. Their works were received by their students and younger professors of Gujarati, English, philosophy, and psychology. For them, their reading of European and American modernist and postmodernist literature in English and in English translation, coupled with their base in Gujarati and familiarity with Sanskrit and modern Indian languages, such as Hindi, meant that their literary bases were much expanded and in turn absorbed by generations of students who they taught and the Gujarati readers of their creative writing, their creative and critical writing. To conclude, what I have attempted in this bird's eye view is to trace influences by adhering to a chronological sequence. The focus has been underscored by the need to open up the complex terrain of language reception through the passage of time. What could not be showcased, however, was how the target text has to carry the historical shifts and changing constitutive conditions depicted in the source text, but that in its recreation has to also take into consideration that its own terrain pulsates differently and has different spatio-temporal realities. There is also the double bind of a fidelity to the original as well as a commitment to the reader, viewer, audience, depending upon the genre, poetry, novel, or drama cited as examples. I've also attempted to trace changes in theoretical perceptions and the new concepts and movements within the aesthetic, which actually arrives through translations, as we know how the other lives only through text from other zones, be it internal or external spaces. There are also related issues which are concerned not merely with linguistic matters in translation, but also its impact on Gujarati identity itself. This needs elaboration in a more detailed form other than this paper. Another interesting fact that needs verification, which I rather tentatively advance here, is Goethe's idea of world literatures. This seems to be in play as regards the Gujarati landscape more than the processes which produce mimic men, which post-colonial scholars universalize in a pan-Indian context. All these points need further exploration, which a careful project that studies translations and chronically in a pan-Indian context within the backdrop of necessary references and appropriate tools shall provide. On that note, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bharucha, for so wonderfully mapping the whole terrain of the Gujarati translations over time and through different timelines and different regions of Gujarati writing. I'm really, really fascinated by this talk. Thank you so much. And the last speaker of the session is Sachin C. Ketkar, who's a bilingual writer, translator, editor, blogger, and researcher. So I'm sure we are on to talking about yet another dimension of translation studies, probably will travel the digital spaces and blogging and issues that have to do with the network connectivity and the digital world, right? So Sachin Ketkar, his recent collection, Skin, Spam, and Other Fake Encounters, Selected Marathi Poems in Translation, incorporates poems published earlier in his other collections, Jara Sandhyache, Blogwarche, Kahi Ansh, and Binti Shivaitya, Kirkitun Dokatana. His poems have been translated into Gujarati, Hindi, Urdu, Malayalam, and Telugu. He has translated and edited the anthology of recent Marathi poetry titled Live Update, an anthology of recent Marathi poetry. In 2005, he won the Sahitya Academy's Indian Literature Poetry Translation Prize and the translation of modern Gujarati poetry in 2000. He has recently brought out Changalya Kavita Varche Statutory Warning, Samkalin Marathi Kavita, Jagati Karan Ani Bhashantar, which is a collection of Marathi articles on contemporary Marathi poetry, globalization and translation. He works as professor of English, Faculty of Arts, the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Vadodara. Currently, he is working on a critical history of Marathi literature. On to Professor Ketkar.
Thank you, Dr. Krish, organizers, for giving me an opportunity for being here, especially Professor Sayantan Das Gupta and Sahitya Academy for giving me an opportunity to be in the company of such distinguished scholars such as Professor Kapil Kapoor, Professor Nilufar Bharucha, Professor Shubha Das Gupta, all of whom I have always held in high respect. So it's an honor and privilege to be here. And I will be talking about a single project of translation in Marathi as given the constraints of time. And I would like to talk about a different way of approaching translation and conceptualizing translation that one of the leading poets, critics, scholars, translators from Marathi, Dilip Chitre, undertook while he translated the High Modernist, as the term has been, I think, mentioned, into Marathi in the 60s. So I will be talking about that, and I will be also looking at what happens and what is the significance of such a project in modern context, and how do we go about understanding it. So I would like to actually share my presentation. So if it is possible to share it, my PPT. Yeah, okay. Okay, I hope that this is visible.
Yes, it is visible, Sachin.
Yeah, so I have tentatively titled my presentation as World Literature as Apabhransh and as Kirtan in Marathi. Dilip Chitre's translation of modernist Euro-American poetry, something that Professor Shubha Das Gupta touched upon in her presentation, and as Professor Nilufar Bharucha also mentioned, the Bombay-based modernist poets and their translation. I think Dilip Chitre belongs to that generation of poets and translators. So I would just like to begin my presentation by reiterating this very interesting proposition made by the leading modernist Marathi poet Basi Mardekar, where he says that Marathi literature is so heavily influenced by foreign literatures that it is not sufficiently influenced by foreign literatures. By this paradoxical statement, probably what he wants to indicate that there is such a heavy reliance on Anglican or English literary influences and texts in translation in Marathi, that it's necessary to go beyond this Anglican and English hegemonical canonical text and explore world literature at large. Probably that is what he wanted to indicate, because in some way modernism in Marathi is also signaled, as in Merdekar, by move away from the Anglican or British models into more broader world literary text and models. So this statement is very interesting in that context. Modernism, or more specifically modern Marathi poetry, one of the most important poet of modern Marathi poetry is Keshav Sut, one of the earliest Marathi poets, and he very famously translated the poem called The Raven, very famous poem by Edgar Allan Poe, into Marathi as Ghubad. Ghubad, as people who are aware about Marathi, is an owl. So he transformed this whole bird into owl. So can we consider this whole process of transforming ravens into owls as translation and as reception? And given the importance of something like Palgrave's anthology in those days for almost all major Indian Western educated writers at the turn of the century, 20th century, how do you go about conceptualizing this kind of activity? Do we call it a derivative activity, a kind of imitative activity, as many of people have accused these translations of? So whatever the name one gives for this process of transformation, these transformed texts and processes and practices have played a crucial role in development of language of Marathi poetry towards the end of 20th century and 19th century poetry as well, something that Professor Nilupar Bharucha mentioned about development of language. So how do we go about it? Almost half a century later, the noted bilingual poet and translator Dilip Chitre translated Baudelaire's poem The Owl into Marathi, and along with the translation, he also discussed Keshav Sut and the poet Keshav Sut's bird as well, and Baudelaire's fascination for Poe. He discusses all this, and this becomes one of an important document in history of modernist Marathi poetry. And I will be talking about this at some length today. And just a brief introduction to Chitre. He's a major modernist Marathi writer, translator, visual artist, filmmaker, and editor. Apart from numerous collection of poetry, criticism, and fiction, he has translated prolifically between Marathi and English. From English into Marathi and from Marathi into English, either ways. His translations include Says Tuka, Sri Jnanadev's Anubhavamrut, Virus Alert, poems of Hemant Devte, Namdev Dasal, poet of the underground, and self-translated Shesh, selected Marathi poems in English translation, which he himself translated. And he also translated many important poets in the anthology of Marathi poetry that appeared in 1968. So this is a brief introduction to Dilip Chitre. The ideas of translation, reception, influence, and world literature have undergone significant shift in past decades. Translation, reception, influence is no longer conceived as a simple transmission of forms, ideas, and poetics from the source to target, where the source language is considered, source language and culture is considered more creative. Is considered more creative, elevated, and superior, while the recipient culture is seen as passive, derivative, and inferior. And translation is also no longer seen in conventional terms as involving questions of fidelity, loss, and semantic equivalence or lack of it, but seen as a process of semiotic and pragmatic transformation. Reception of world literature and translation are also seen as expression of cultural, ideological, and creative needs of the recipient culture, and the agency of recipient is emphasized. Hence, analysis of translation and reception reveals the constraints and cultural histories as primary context of these activities. As E.V. Ramakrishnan has observed, in the context of modernist Indian poetry, translation played an integral role in evolving new poetic during the modernist phase of Indian poetry, enacting a critical act of evaluation, a creative act of intervention, and performative act of legislation. These translations, he argues, interrogated the self-sufficiency of entrenched Indian poetry. In fact, this insight is applicable to analysis of translational act that we are discussing in development of history of Marathi literary culture ever since its beginning. Ramakrishnan also notes that the translations by poets like Chitre were foreignizing ones that disrupted cultural codes and legislated regimes of reading and writing poetry. They legitimized experimental writing styles that became a defining feature of modernist Indian poetry, and hence they are integral to the project of modernism in Indian languages. They, Ramakrishnan observed, assimilated a new poetic into the horizons of native readers' expectations, something that Professor Subha Dasgupta also mentioned in course of her presentation, as well as the contesting claims of prevailing aesthetic norms by breaching its autonomy and authority. Ramakrishnan also notes that the commentaries and critical writings on world literature can be understood as translation in the broadest sense of refraction. And it is in this sense that I am approaching Chitre's project of translating modernist world poetry into Marathi. And he published it as a series of translations and commentaries called Adhunik Marathi Kavitela Sat Chhed, 7 hacks into modern Marathi poetry, in a prestigious literary periodical called Satya Katha in early 1960s, on modernist Western poets like Baudelaire, Rimbaud, Hopkins, Rilke, Ezra Pound, Wallace Stevens, Octavio Paz in 1964. And this project can be obvious illustrations of this intense translational engagement with world literature. He, in his, calls these translations as upper brunch, and the commentaries that he wrote, critical commentaries, as kirtans in his series. His project in providing upper brunch of Western modernist poet and giving kirtan on them needs to be analyzed further here. The use of the term upper brunch for translation instead of anuvad and kirtan instead of critical commentary implies an attempt to reconnect the pre-colonial performative practice of refracting texts like the Gita or the Ramayana from one language, especially the elite Sanskrit, in order to reach a wider non-elite audience. These upper brunch were particularly influential. I'm talking of Chitre's translations, and played a considerable role in development of modernist language of modernist Marathi poetry. No history of literature or culture is complete if we do not take this process of transforming ravens into owls, the process of upper brunch, into account, as this is the process of artistic innovation and process of reconstitution of cultural memory. A note about kirtan, especially for those who are not aware of what kirtan is, it's actually, technically, it means to glorify and praise. It's one of the kinds of bhakti, Navada bhakti, or 9 types of bhakti. As a practice, it is public and performative, involving singing, music, and dance. It is commonly found among Hindus and the Sikhs. It has multiple variants and formats ranging from regional, historical, and sectarian variation. And the most popular one in Marathi is the Warkari Kirtan, and Dilip Chitre himself being a major translator of a lot of Warkari literature like Tukaram and Jnaneshwar. This becomes particularly important over here. Warkari Kirtan is a form of exposition and commentary of a particular abhanga. Abhanga is a genre. It literally means unbroken. And it's made up of folk OV meter, which was traditionally used by women in their everyday domestic activities. And this OV meter is what constitutes abhanga as a genre. And a single abhanga can have extensive discussion and singing and performance by the kirtankar. And very often it also includes akhyan in it, that is narration. And most of the time an attempt is made to make this Sant Sahitya relevant to the contemporary times. So they connect it continuously with the everyday issues that the audience has. So when Chitre calls his commentaries on Baudelaire as kirtans, we have to see that he is using this genre in a very different context. He is attempting to situate his own modern translation and commentary from world literature within native cultural practice in order to suggest some sort of continuity with pre-colonial practice and thus legitimizing them. The use of the term upper branch, as I think most of us are aware, is a register which is labeled as fallen or degraded form of language, but it became a prestigious literary register as well during the course of history. So the use of the term upper branch allows him to overcome the issues of rigorous equivalences and the questions of creative liberties, as these questions did not arise within the pre-colonial upper branches and re-narrations and retellings that were prolific. So the term upper branch, literally meaning degraded or fallen register, is oppositional to the norms of ritual purity and sanctity associated with Brahmanism as well as Sanskrit. The poetics of contamination instead of purity is congenial to the poetics of modernist avant-garde, the kind of poetics that Chitre himself is following. The term upper branch also allows Chitre to negotiate the asymmetry between English and Marathi, because upper branch is always from a more ideologically hegemonic language, like, say, for example, English or Sanskrit, to vernaculars. So the use of the term kirtan also allows him to follow the model of extempore commentary and celebration of the canonical Santa Sahitya in this commentary on world literary texts that I have just mentioned. This allows him to explore how possible it is to situate world literary canon within the native Marathi tradition. He asks, to what extent can a poet like Rambo fit into our tradition, given the fact that literary sensibility is getting globalized in today's shrinking world? He goes on to say it is not possible to develop creative potential of our language without digesting the influence of modern European and American literature. And it's impossible that our cultural sensibility is enriched without it. Only when it is possible to express the experiences that Rambo or other foreign writers has expressed in Marathi, or at least create a parallel upper branch, that's his term. But Marathi experiences counterpart, only then one can say that slight progress has happened, otherwise not. And then he goes on to compare Rambo's Illumination, which he thinks is an attempt to forge a new world language, with a very famous text called Drustant Path of Chakradhar. Sri Chakradhar is a founder of Mahanubhav Sampradaya, leading sects in Marathi, Bhakti sects in Marathi. And these kind of comparisons are typical. He then goes on to say, in the context of Ezra Pound's poetry and poetics, that Tukaram's Gatha is the first modernist work in Marathi, because it expresses organically the personal, individualistic, and the universal for the first time. The Gatha, according to Chitre, unfolds organically like life itself. Tukaram, Chitre feels, is more modern than most of his contemporaries. His contemporaries, Chitre's contemporaries. He also tries to understand Pound as a translator in terms of translation as upper branch, calling Pound Sarjanshil upper branch Kar. So Chitre's project through these translations and commentaries is to enlarge Marathi domain of modern creative expression, especially when the literary sensibility was getting more and more cosmopolitan and globalized from within, by digesting, that's the term he uses, world literature, by situating it within the longer pre-colonial and pre-modern cultural traditions. Chitre's project also reveals itself in the most of his creative writings. For example, one of the titles of his well-known poem is Laforचा मुखवटा घालून मुंबईत स्वतः, which literally means I in Mumbai wearing the mask of Lafor. In his Kirtan, he frequently compares Western modernists with contemporary modernists like P.S. Rege, Vinda Karandikar, Manmohan Nathu, and Mardekar, as well as classical Marathi Bhakti poets like Jnaneshwar and Tukaram. And this reflexive comparativism is typical characteristic of post-colonial modern epistemology. So translation and reception, as I would call it, as a dual transformative hermeneutic, is what is being revealed in this project that Chitre has undertaken. The indigenous Marathi categories of linguistic and cultural practices like Kirtan and Apabhransh for largely Eurocentric notions of translation and critical commentaries is significant because it reveals the underlying process of dual transformative hermeneutics of modernity, where the Western epistemological frames are interpreted in the light of native indigenous epistemological categories, and also the other way around. That means even it transforms the understanding of what we mean by Kirtan as well as what we mean by Apabhransh, leaving us with newer understandings of Western categories as well as native/indigenous categories. This dual hermeneutic process results in newer understanding and contextualization of self as well as the other, which is a prominent feature of modernity. A very interesting parallel can also be found in very interesting reading of Hegel given by historian V.K. Rajwade, who says that Hegel is an Advaita philosopher, and he goes on to compare Samarth Ramdas' whole framework, which is Vedantic, with that of Hegel at the turn of 20th century, in the beginning of 20th century, where he goes on to say that just like the self is in that linear evolving teleology that Hegel talks about, is mumukshu, or somebody who is looking for ultimate freedom or moksha. And he, in a very detailed way, he discusses this kind of philosophical theory here. So what is interesting for us here is that even the categories of Vedanta and Advaita are reinterpreted in light of the Western philosophical paradigms, and the other way around as well. So this is the dual transformative hermeneutic, which reception and translation seems to be part of. Chitre then goes on to talk about his notion of world literature while explaining how he turned to translation. He says that when he had to leave Baroda and come to Bombay at the age of 13, he started to search for human treasure of multilingual, multicultural, universal, global self-awareness he had known as a child in Baroda. Chitre's own idea of Astitva Bhan, or self-consciousness, is, as he claims, is derived from pre-colonial Bhakti tradition of Jnaneshwar, is actually a modernist existential one based on awareness of finitude of modern self, instead of the transcendental self of spiritual traditions in South Asia, that he himself has created through this reflexive comparativism. The term Astitva Bhan, which is title of his book, Sahitya and Astitva Bhan, is a very important idea in Jnaneshwari and Amruta Anubhav, which he translated. And it talks about the Kaulatrik tradition of Pratyabhijna, or self-recognition, which seems to have been a major influence on Jnaneshwar in 13th century. And self-consciousness is a form of spanda. And so these are some of the ideas that he has discussed at length in his translation of Anubhavamrut, a major text by Jnaneshwar. And he builds his own modernist theory, which seems to be of existentialist slant. drawing upon these ideas of pre-colonial tradition, Vinay Dharwadkar has observed that the contrast between the colonial construction of world literature as represented by Tagore and post-colonial construction of Indian world literature as represented by Ramanujan is brought out by the fact that the writers like Ramanujan and Rushdie were suggesting that humanism is necessary to underwrite world literature need not be located in some spiritual or something Indian only. And these modernist writers, even though they are humanists like Tagore, adopt explicitly secular, agnostic and atheistic positions and are deeply influenced by existentialism. These observations of Dharwadkar are relevant in the context of Chitre's notion of world literature as well. Chitre goes on to propose his own Indian or Marathi theory of translation based on theory of literature derived from reading Marathi Bhakti tradition, which was influenced by what is called, into inverted commas, Kashmiri Shaivism. He states that though a poem is found on surface of the language, it actually exists as a dialogue between the poet and the reader. Poems are not mathematical. They are found in the dhvani, the aesthetic suggested meaning as conceptualized by Sanskrit poeticians. Translation for Chitre is a search for that dhvani. And translation is an interpretation and a commentary by the Rasika or the Saharudaya. The reader sees himself in the place of poet, and inspiration to translate is found in what Abhinav Gupta has called Pratyabhigna. That's what he states in a book called Sahitya and Astitvaban. So Chitre's own theory of translation seems to be using the non-Western Indian traditions of philosophy and aesthetics. What is significant for us is that in spite of his drawing upon this tradition, these traditions are not simply handed down to him, but they are reinterpreted in the light of modern Western thought as well, and the other way around as well. So Chitre's use of the term like Apabhransh and Kirtan for his own cultural practice are actually tropes to suggest continuity of his own post-colonial practice with pre-colonial ones. Nevertheless, these performative pre-colonial practices were part of widely different epistemological field and cultural history for that matter. And they were later substantially reconfigured and reconstituted as modern priest-based polysystem by colonial modernity. This kind of anachronistic appropriation of bhakti and pre-colonial cultural practice as tropes is one of the key strategies of legitimizing and popularizing one's own modernist discourse in Indian subcontinent. And I will just end here by just referring to other people who have extensively translated from the West, for example, and written extensive commentaries on them. For example, Vilas Sarang wrote many prose kirtan. He didn't use the term kirtan on existentialist thinkers like Kafka, Sartre, Camus, Beckett, and he wrote regularly in Satyakatha and other magazines. His book Sisyphus and Balakka is a characteristic example. In terms of cultural semiotics, Apabhransh and Kirtan can be interpreted as an attempt to establish and develop modernist idiom language by establishing modernist text codes in altered semiosphere of Marathi, which has indigenized Western poetics through semiotic translational mechanisms. So this is where I want to stop by, given the limitations of time, I would be very happy to provide clarifications and responses, and I would be happy to have critical feedback as well. So thanks a lot to Professor Shyantan Das Gupta and Sahitya Academy for allowing me to share my views on translation as a reception. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kekar. It was a very, very thought-provoking discussion of this notion of Apabhransh and the manner in which the 20th century Marathi translations have shaped and how they have been shaped by such intellectual influences, and also bringing in the historical, structures within which the 20th century Marathi translations have been forged. And thank you very much for this. Now we will take some questions. If you have any questions for the speakers of this session, please ask away. We will have a break after the QA. Any questions? I think there is a question just popped up. Yeah, please go ahead. Professor Bharucha? I think you have to unmute.
Sorry, more than a question, an observation, and thanks to Sachin, if I might call him that, for bringing back to life not just Dilip Chitre, but also Vilas Sarang. Dilip Chitre we knew through Vilas Sarang, and when I joined the Department of English at University of Mumbai as a young lecturer, Vilas was the head of the department, and through him I got to know Dilip Chitre, and I just loved his Tuka Mane, Tuka says, and you brought him completely back to life. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Any other questions for the session? Here's another. Please go ahead. Benita Gupta?
Yes.
I can't hear you though. Could you please speak up?
Can you hear me now?
Could you please speak up?
Am I audible now?
Yeah, absolutely. Now you are audible. Go ahead.
Sorry for that. Thank you. All three talks were excellent. I would like to know a bit more from Professor Bharucha, if it's possible. You mentioned while talking that there are translations in Gujarati from marginalized languages in India. So if you could very briefly elucidate a bit more about the kind of marginalized languages from which we see a translation in Gujarati, and also is it in some way threatened by the kind of English overhauling of translation that we see across languages, from across Indian languages?
Now, Benita, what I meant was not so much marginalized languages as marginalized discourses. I should have been clearer. And I was speaking mainly in terms of the translation of Dalit Marathi writing into Gujarati, which had such a major influence on Gujarati Dalit writers. So that is what I meant. That is available. And I'm sure there are other discourses which are also translated into Gujarati. Women's writing has been translated into Gujarati and marginalized in the sense of not being mainstream as far as male-centric writing is concerned. I don't mean, but I'm sure the Sahitya Akademi can take that into account, and we can have more translations from less well-known rather than marginalized Indian languages into Gujarati. And Sachin is the head of the English department at Vadodara, so I'm sure there can be things which can be done.
Thank you so much.
Any more questions?
I don't really have a question. I just wanted to say thank you to all three speakers for their wonderful talks. And Professor Kedkar, that was thoroughly enlightening, especially for me, a learning experience, because it has answered so many of the questions I am grappling with myself right now about translation, pedagogy. And it also brought to mind some of the transformations that happened, say, during early missionary translations and retellings, when fig leaves became banana leaves, similar to how the raven becomes the owl.
Heaven becomes Vaikuntha, right? As you have seen in Krishna Purana.
Yes, yes, and heaven becomes Vaikuntha. Yes, yes. So it was very, very enlightening for me, and I have so many questions which I will send to you separately. And I was also thinking about Bhashya and Tika as well as translatorial processes, and hopefully in the next few days I will send you detailed questions on those, and you can probably help me with.
I have written about Jnaneshwari as a translation, which is a Bhashya Tika in Marathi of a Sanskrit canonical text.
Yeah, I remember that paper. Yes, yes. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
More questions?
May I ask a question?
Sure.
May I ask a question? This is to Sachin. This is thank you so much for bringing back Dilip Chitri to us. What I wanted to ask you was that, I mean, of course, there are many questions, but I'll ask one or two. One is that, when Dilip Chitri is talking about Apabhrangsha, is it just, I was thinking of Shudindranath Datta's use of Ekalavya as the translator as Ekalavya. And here you have Dilip Chitri talking about Apabhrangsha in the context of translation. So in the figure of Ekalavya, you have a double representation. You have a double meaning. So in the context of Apabhrangsha, can we locate any double meaning as such, or is it a kind of, or is it, or does it operate on a different level altogether?
As I've said, Apabhrangsha is a term that you find in the linguistic hierarchy, pre-colonial linguistic hierarchy, or you can even say ancient Indian hierarchy, where you have Sanskrit, Prakrit, and Apabhrangsha as a fallen language first, and then it evolves into leading literary language later on. So he is translating from English largely, and I'm not very sure from which English translations he is translating into Marathi. Or is he directly translating from French? Or Hopkins and others, Stevens obviously from English. So in some way he's aware of this hierarchy. And so to bring text from hegemonic planes or dimensions of world literature to vernacular, you see it as an act of Apabhrangsha, as fallen and degraded as well, as a kind of gesture of negotiation of this hierarchy in some way. So the project seems to be to assimilate in some way the cosmopolitan and whole range of human existential expressions found in modernist texts, assimilate them into Marathi idiom, make Marathi capable of expressing this kind of poetry and imagery, or make Marathi more cosmopolitan, if you want to put it that way. So strengthening Marathi, just like Apabhrangsha evolved into a major literary language later on. So he is using this as a kind of trope, as I've said, of negotiating hierarchy and enriching the regional vernacular over here. So it's not in the same sense as it was in Sanskrit or a pre-colonial, but in a more modern interpretation of the idea of Apabhrangsha itself. That's how I understand it. So I'm not very sure if I have responded to your query in some way.
Yes, you have. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for that question.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for making this very, very wonderful session happen. The speakers and those who came up with those very fascinating questions. Thanks, everybody. We'll meet again for the second session at 1:20. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall I start, Shantanu? Shantanu, you're muted.
Good afternoon. We are ready to start the second academic session, and we are delighted to have in this session as speakers Professor Krishna Manavalli, who will be focusing on the context of Kannada, Professor Gautam Chobe, who will be focusing on Bhojpuri, and we have a slight change in the schedule. In place of Professor Dipendu Das, who will be speaking in a later session, we will have Professor Animesh Mohapatra, who will be speaking on translation and as reception in the Odia context. We are delighted to have Nilufar ma'am, Professor Nilufar Bharucha, who will be moderating this session.
And Shantan, I think, not Shantan. Okay, I'm sorry, I pronounced your name incorrectly. Thank you very much. And it's my pleasure to introduce first Krishna Manavalli, who will be focusing on Kannada. Then Gautam Chobe on both. Let me first introduce Krishna Manavalli. She's currently professor in the Department of English at the University of Mysore, Karnataka. Dr. Manavalli is a literary critic and translator who works both in English and Kannada languages. She has taught in the US and in India. And she has worked on multiple areas such as contemporary British literature, South Asian writing, post-colonial studies, and of course, translation. She has, of course, published prolifically in all these areas. She has given talks at prestigious literary festivals in India like the Jaipur Literary Festival, the Bangalore Literary Festival, and the Sahitya Akademi Festival of Letters. She also does freelance writing of literary reviews and interviews for various national newspapers. Apart from being a member of the English Advisory Board of the Central Sahitya Akademi, she's on many academic and university administrative boards in the state. Her recent publications include the translation of the renowned Kannada writer and award winner, Dr. Chandrasekhar Kambar's novel, Karimai, and Shivana Dangura's Shiva's Drum. Dr. Manavalli received the 2017 Karnataka Sahitya Akademi Award for her translation of Karimai. Her translations of Kambar's various other plays, etc. are available. She has also written a monograph on him and has just finished translating the novel of an eminent Kannada writer, Triveni, for the Sahitya Akademi. She's currently working on the translation of children's folk tales and the play Pushpa Rani by Dr. Kambar. I give you Dr. Manavalli.
Thank you, Professor Bharucha. What I'm going to talk about today is more of work in progress, I must confess. I am going to talk about the current field of Kannada translational studies and bring up some important cultural questions that have shaped the current Kannada trends and translation. To begin with, I read, I relish, I translate seems like a fair enough defense of translation. But finding theoretical frameworks, methodologies, and critical approaches to translation are issues that are becoming increasingly important in language, literary, and cultural studies. As a translator who works in both English and Kannada languages, I have naturally grown interested in how texts from the other worlds within and outside of India have also found their way into this major South Indian language of Kannada. Who are the writers being translated into Kannada, and the possible reasons for this interest in translating those particular writers or from those particular languages are some of the interesting and important questions I am dealing with here at the moment. And in this instance, I'd also like to begin by drawing upon some important ideas of Valerie Hanachek, who talks about the readers. And that is the third important angle in this whole field of translations, the readers of Kannada translations. Now, Hanachek talks about translation in the world literary context, but I think it is good for discussing the multiple and plural Indian linguistic and geocultural context too. Hanachek uses Damrosch's idea of refraction, not reflection, but the kind of slant that you see when the transmission happens, the transmission of meanings in the literary text that happens once they get translated from one linguistic context to another linguistic cultural context. Now, how do we understand the cultures of the others? Do we understand these cultures through our own culture? Or rather, how does this whole terrain of mediated understanding function? This is an important question for me in order to understand how translational field is being shaped in Kannada language today. And it's not just translated texts, contexts, or cultures, but Hanachek also posits this idea of a translated reader or a readerly community. Such cross-cultural journeys which the reader undertakes happen in what she calls this interstitial space between languages, between text and text, context and context. So the multiple negotiations.
Please unmute yourself, Krishna.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, do you want me to go on from the beginning? I'm sorry about that. Have I muted myself from the beginning?
Not from the beginning, just the idea, the sentences, a couple of sentences have been missed out.
Oh, sorry about that. I think it's like the noon mood. I read, I relish, and I translate seems like a fair enough defense of translation. But finding theoretical frameworks, methodologies, and critical approaches to translation, these are issues which are becoming extremely important of late, and these are increasingly important in understanding the field of Kannada translation studies too. As a writer and a critic and a translator who works in both Kannada and English, I have grown interested in the manner in which texts from the so-called other worlds, both within and outside India, have found their way into this major South Indian linguistic context of Kannada. Who are the writers being translated into Kannada? And from which particular location do they come from? Which particular writers, and basically from which particular languages and which particular geocultural context? These are some of the important questions I think we have to address before we can even look at the field of Kannada literary and cultural and translational studies today. In this instance, I'd like to draw upon one of the very, very interesting translational theorists who talks about the translation process in the context of world literature, but then I think this is also good for discussing the Indian language context because of the multiplicity, the plurality of the geocultural context that we find here. Hanachek uses Damrosch's idea of refraction, not reflection, but the kind of slant where there is this whole process of understanding the other cultures through our culture, or perhaps the kind of mediated understanding which happens in this process of responding and relating to texts from other cultures and other contexts. Now, the third thing that is very important for me in Hanachek's thoughts and musings and translation is how she posits the idea of a translated reader, not just translated text, context, or languages, but translated reader. Who is this reader? What is this readerly community which is formed in such contexts? This is something that is of great interest. All these cross-cultural journeys which the reader undertakes when he or she tries to access a translation from another language, those negotiations, the plural voices, the rich multiplicity, and also a sense of otherness that is embedded in this very, very interesting fluid space. Now, the readers who translated into new words through translations are always already really open and perhaps explorative, and they function within this interstitial space to access the linguistic cultures as well as the cultural and literary tracks in this very interesting kind of space. And let me also line up a few more translational questions that we must address in order to examine the current trends in Kannada translations. Now, if we think of an Indian reader, or perhaps a Kannada Indian reader, how do we define this Indian reader? Issues of marginality and privilege, matters related to location of gender, age, class, region, religion, the linguistic community, and the other political, sociological, and ideological stances from which the reader functions. And when we look at the works of women, writings from marginalized social and cultural classes, how do we see the translations functioning in this very, very asymmetric area of studies? Now, there is also the question of English and the access we get to other languages, European languages, and then even some non-European languages, which are accessed via English and then translated into Kannada. So how do we look at this very, very interesting, but at the same time, a fluid and also a complex kind of a field of activity which is happening in Kannada literature at the moment. Now, we have passed the modernist, the postmodern, or probably past the postmodernist moment too. So who are the readers we are addressing? Are our translations geared towards the academics and the intellectuals and the scholarly population, or are they targeting the popular or common reader? This is another question that becomes important when we talk about the reception of translated texts in Kannada. In addition, I think given this kind of a global context that we are in, we must examine if this reader is a local, regional, quote-unquote, Desi reader, or are we talking about a global NRI kind of Kannada reader who's also very much in the picture after the post-liberalization 90s era, for instance. This history of readership and of the readership among the readerly Kannada communities across the Kannada land and their access to those translated Kannada texts is something that is characterized by this disparateness. How do these disparate readers enter the text and context is a question that becomes important for me in order to look at how they not only read but also participate and make meaning of these translated Kannada texts. These are the aspects which I'd like to look at to an extent. I'm not saying that I'm answering all these two very complex and two very deep questions at this point of time, because as I said, I'm just beginning on kind of a fascinating project for me. Now, the next issue that we have to look at is the nature of the text translated into Kannada. Do these translations homogenize cultures, contexts, histories of those literary texts that we are dealing with? Or, on the other hand, we have these Spivakian questions to deal with, and on the other hand, we have the problems of ethnicizing, self-orientalizing, or exoticizing, be it in the choice of texts we choose for translation, or the linguistic and historical preoccupations that undergird these kinds of translations. And another thing, when we are on the note of global context, is also about how there is the social media explosion. and how have these influenced the Kannada translations in the contemporary times is also something that we need to examine. So the contemporary global scene for endotropic translation, what does it look like? Export of English, export of Indian works, especially Kannada works, into English, and through English to the larger global space is, of course, very, very promising. The scene looks very promising and flourishing. And after all, I'm in the business too. I mostly translate from Kannada to English, but the other way around, is that a very limited sphere? Think of the language hierarchies within India, of course, and then the kind of status that English has. Given this kind of visibility of English, how do we deal with the status of Kannada in the Kannada land and in the national scenarios, and also in the kind of global spaces where these translations become accessible? So these are the questions that I am raising here. Overall, the topic kind of truly set me to thinking and then doing some research and trying to work out the details of what's happening in Kannada translations at the moment. But of course, as I said earlier, this is only a work in progress and it needs a lot more research and study, I guess. Probably it's a full-time project. And it's great that Sayantan has put me on this job indirectly. So thanks for that. But before we move into this whole terrain of contemporary Kannada translations, at this point, let's do a kind of a quick history check or a quick 1-minute survey of this whole tradition of translations into Kannada. Because often the reception studies leave us looking back in wonder at the trajectory or the history of this whole area of translations. However, I am not doing an extensive historical survey because this work has already been done in a very, very fascinating, comprehensive manner. Cultural historians like O.L. Nagabhushan Swami, Jaya Srinivasa Rao, Rajendra Chenni, and many others have looked at the trajectories of such Kannada translations in relation to 19th and 20th century English, Bengali, and some Malayalam translations into Kannada. And they have talked about how these impacted and shaped the Navodaya or the Navya movements in the last 2 centuries. There have been extensive studies on some of the Kannada translations of Sanskrit texts too. But currently in this post-Navya phase, we do see a kind of a market shift in the manner in which translations are happening. When we look at the whole Indian view of translation, we have been talking about it in the first session too. The notion of translating within the Indian context seems to be a lot more of a creative process. It's a transcreation, adaptation. And when we look at some of the earliest translations, like or do we call them translations at all, more adaptations and transcreations, the Kannada work of Pampa is called the Adikavi actually in Kannada literature. This 10th century Kannada writer who wrote the Vikramarchana Vijayam. This is based on the Mahabharata. Very interestingly, Arjuna becomes the protagonist of this text. And what Pampa is trying to do here is sing the glory of his king, King Arakesari of the Chalukya dynasty. And not only this, but there are also a whole lot of other adaptations, transcreations of the Sanskrit works and epics that we see. For instance, the very, very famous, the legendary Kumaravyasa's Bharata, which was written in the 15th century. And even there, you see the kind of highlighting of certain characters, which is so patently characteristic of that adaptation of Mahabharata. And we can talk a lot more about that, but just at the moment, I am going to move into the other areas. Now, again, when there is another thing I forgot to mention. These are the very influential translations of Ramayana. The Ramayana translations, which take us back to the 1930s era, where the important name of Alasingacharya, who translated these texts into Kannada, is something that we have to remember at this point. And later on, of course, until the very recent Navodaya period, we had Kuvempu's Ramayana Darshana, So Sanskrit translations have been very important. And then equally so, the English and the other Indian languages have also had a strong presence in Kannada literature. Sorry about that. They've had a very strong presence in Kannada literature, 19th century onwards. Of course, a lot of give and take can be seen in this Kannada field translation in the 19th through the 20th centuries. B.M. Sri, as he is popularly known, B.M. Srikantaya, translated English poems, which he called English Geetagalu, in 1926. And this very influential work has been cited as the major impact or the major influence on the Navodaya in Kannada writing. And legendary writers like Kuvempu is cited as a prime example of the influence of this English Romantic movement on Kannada literature. Here is a little bit from, it's the short poem of B.M. Sri, where he talks about his own approach to this translation. I'll read the Kannada one. Omme ivalu, omme avalu, pudisuttiruvalu. Hige ನನಗೆ ಹಬ್ಬವಾಗಿ ಇನಿಯರಿಬ್ಬರನ್ನು ತೂಗಿ ಇವಳ ಸೊಬಗಳ ನವಳಿಗಿಟ್ಟು ನೋಡ ಬಯಸಿದೆ ಅವಳ ತೊಡಿಗೆ ಇವಳಿಗಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾಡ ಬಯಸಿದೆ. One she, then her, they make me dance and fill me with joy. I often compare my two loves, sometimes strive to see this one's beauty in the other. Then I want to sing, decking that other in this one's new clothes. So in this short verse, you see how the gendered imaginings of a translation process, which B.M. Sri highlights in his poem, becomes very, very interesting. This verse, written in the Romantic vein, talks about how the writer imagines English and Kannada as his two beloveds, in the manner in which he tries to transpose the attributes of one beloved to the other. And this seems to be his imaginings of the translations at that point of time. And then what we also see here is an acceptance of the English language and its influence, a certain confidence in the linguistic mastery over the colonizer's language, and the readiness and openness to imbibe that romantic temperament, nature, beauty, spirituality, political and sociological idealism, all the aspects that went into the mix of this European romantic temperament. They seem to be transplanted into this rich blend of the Kannada tongue and the Kannada Navodaya idiom. And after that, we also see others like Panjim Mangeshwar Rao, who wrote a lot of children's rhymes, and the patent influence of English language can be seen here. Major writers like D.V. Gundappa, A.R. Krishna Shastri, and others were also a part of this whole ferment of English translations, the Bengali translations, and I'll speak a little bit more about those now, and then the Hindi writers who influenced the Navodaya movement. Now, the two names that really stand out in this whole history is that of Bindiganavile Venkatacharya and Galaganatha. Jaya Srinivasa's excellent work on these two pioneer translators is something that is very, very important in understanding this major influence on Kannada literature of the time. These two writers, these two translators have been credited of bringing the novel form, the novel genre into Kannada literature in the 1880s. A clerk in colonial Karnataka, Venkatacharya was fascinated by Bengali language, so much so that he consciously tried to learn the language, and he learned it from a person no less than Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar itself. And later he went on to translate his Bhranti Vilasa and also several works of Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. It's said that when Swami Vivekananda visited Bangalore, he stayed with Venkatacharya. There are about 40 plus translations that you can see alongside the independent writings that Venkatacharya did. And the other name, Galaganatha, that's a pen name. His name was Venkatesha Tirako Kulakarni. He translates a lot of Marathi historical novels of H.N. Apte in those days. And his translations of some Bengali works were done via Marathi. He did not know Bengali, but then he translated them through the translations of Marathi that he had read. Tagore, Sharat Chandra, Aurobindo, and others were the major writers translated during this time, and the Navodaya movement in Kannada was inspired by all these major national influences. And we have people like D.V. Gundappa, A.R. Krishna Shastri, Ambika Tanayadatta, Dara Bendre, and later Shivram Karant, who show an influence of these kinds of cultural discourses around the time. Another important thing was the fervor of nationalism and social reform that flowed into Kannada writing at that time. Now, a quick shift to the 20th century shows us the patent influence of Eliot, Yeats, Lawrence, and also the existentialist thinkers like Kafka and Camus. The notions of sterility, anguish, ennui, all these seep into the Kannada writing of those times, and powerful names like U.R. Ananthamurthy or Adiga are credited with bringing the texts and their cultures into the modernist Kannada context of those times. In fact, U.R. Ananthamurthy and B.C. Ramachandra Sharma translated Yeats, Rilke, and Lankesh, another important writer and journalist of the 20th century. He translated Baudelaire, and we also have a whole lot of other translations, like, for instance, Yeats' translation by U.R. Ananthamurthy again, which form a kind of base for the Navya movement to take shape in the Kannada country. And then you have people like Adiga, U.R. Ananthamurthy, Lankesh, and critics like Rajiv Taranath, Kurtukoti, Girish Karnad, a writer and a critic himself. All of them seem to have imbibed this critical and creative ethos of the Euro-American modernism, and that was something that shaped the Navya movement and the many turns that it took. But the interesting part about this movement is also how most of the writers of this time are English educated, and a lot of them are English professors too. So rather than translations into Kannada, probably many of them went to the original English sources, or they accessed the European works through English rather than went to translations to find these kinds of inspirations, although they did engage in translations a lot at that time. And you also talk about how this kind of an influence on the theater, the adaptations of English writers starting from Shakespeare to Euro-American modernists into the 20th century is also something that is a whole field of study. So I am not going into that because it's a very, very vast area, but I want to come back to the project or the work in progress that I've been thinking of. Now, I'd like to talk about it a little bit because as of now, it's not just a completely contoured kind of a project that I'm thinking of, but then this does look like a very huge project. I'm only at the beginning stage. But I want to share some of the things I found in my interactions with translators, publishers, and others at the moment to see what exactly is happening and what are the major factors, who are the agents, and what are the major influences on contemporary translations, at least in the last decade or the last 5 years or the last decade here. Venkat Mani, talking in the context of world literature, says something that's very interesting and relevant in this context too. Quote, if the author and the reader were to be tentatively imagine a producer-consumer relationship, one could see that there is an entire set of mediators representing several institutions who enable the distribution and circulation of a literary artifact. Publisher, bookseller, librarian, magazine editor, literary critic, literary agent, book festival organizer, lit festival organizer, the scriptwriter who translates the novel for theater or film, the web, Facebook or Twitter Spaces, the awards instituted for translations. There are a whole lot of factors which seem to shape this area. And translations into Kannada in the last decade or the past 5 years have their own kind of a trend. And this is important to trace because then we can see what exactly is very vibrant and relevant in the contemporary context in terms of what is being received by the Kannada readers. Who is publishing what and who is reading these books are questions that we have to start with. The very important private publishing houses in Karnataka, there are many, but I just chose a few and to talk to because that gave me a sense of the kind of translations that are being published at the moment. Manohara Granthamala, Magrama, Ankita, Nava Karnataka, and also, of course, the Sahitya Academy. And you do see a kind of difference between the private and public presses, and then those those that are published within the governmental kind of institutions. The increasing global awareness and the different opportunities, the digital and social media spaces, and the wide arc of readership available to Bhasha writing these days show us the changes and these trends in Kannada writing. Of course, the online booksellers, the digital marketing, electronic and online text productions, these are also factors that impact Kannada writing, but I still haven't gone into those aspects fully. Libraries and literary festivals, not much. But there are some major literary festivals like the Bangalore or the Mysore literary festivals, the Kannada Sahitya Sammelana, and also the Sahitya Sambrama, which is organized in Dharwad. Interestingly, it's organized by this important publishers, pioneer publishers in North Karnataka, Manohara Granthamala, called Magrama. And there is a Bangalore Poetry Fest and a host of other festivals, organized both by the government and the private bodies, conferences, seminars, workshops all over the academia, which are increasingly talking about translations. The Kannada translations also figure majorly in this map, actually. So, alongside these literary conferences, literary fest, and some
Krishna, could I alert you regarding time restrictions?
I'm almost done. So when we look at these, we look at how there is an increasing access to Kannada texts and then Kannada texts are also becoming, translated Kannada texts are also becoming visible in the larger global spaces. Now, there are academies and there is the Bhasha Pradhikara, the state and the central government academies, a host of awards instituted for translations into Kannada, which have actually shaped and which have enhanced these Kannada translations. I have also tried to talk to a few translators and publishers and pose some routine questions maybe about what it means to translate into Kannada and how these texts are received, how they sell, or how they even find visibility in the public spaces. I probably have to, since there isn't much time, maybe I'll just conclude now. I'll just conclude my talk at this point by bringing up a few names like major translators into Kannada like O.L. Nagabhushan Swami, Sumangala, and Dr. Sarju Katkar, who is also on the Kannada Advisory Board of the Academy. Many of these translators themselves feel that Kannada translations are a promising field, but some they're upbeat about it. There are reprints and newer editions, more and more editions of these translations, starting from anything like European and Indian works translated by Nagabhushan Swami, for instance, like writers like Tolstoy and Dostoevsky, right up to A.K. Ramanujan's critical essays. And there are also others who feel that although there is a lot of publicity and a lot of global kind of visibility, it's still difficult in terms of how these works are received by within the Kannada literary market. And in terms of talking to some of the premier publishers like the Manohar Granthamala of North Karnataka, or the fairly new Ankita, which is the intellectual hub of South Bangalore, located in Gandhi Bazaar, and then the Nava Karnataka with its own very strong political, social, ideological affiliations. All these publishers have been publishing Kannada translations for a very long time now, and they also seem to have a different take on this issue of how the translations are being received in the Kannada public sphere. Now, the Manohar Granthamala talks. I talked to the grandson of the founder, G.B. Joshi, a writer himself, who's a pioneer publisher of Kannada. Now, G.B. Joshi's grandson, Samir Joshi, talks about how there have been publications and republications of the Kannada translations, and how the publishers actually commission them, and there have been a lot of awards which the translators have received of the translations done for the Manohar Granthamala. Very recently, Padmaraj Dandavate's translation of Sita from Devdutt Patnaik's work has received the Academy Award, as you might all be aware. So they're also looking for other promising areas of translating from Indian English writers like Shashi Tharoor's Why I'm a Hindu, or Amitav Ghosh's In an Antique Land, which are their upcoming translations. And then there are others like Ankita, who do very quality translations of older works, including older English and European classics. Then you have the Academy itself, which has, in terms of the number of translations, I think it's the Academy and the Manohar Granthamala which seem to figure very centrally. Another thing about the translations here are how translations from languages like the Assamese and Konkani and Rajasthani are also coming into the central sphere now. Now, take away for the moment, or a tidy to-do list, or perhaps a not so tidy one, is to map the shape and the pyramid of this readerly reception and consumption in different regions of Karnataka, with Kantara, qualifying to go into the Oscar arena. Now, the Mangalore Kannada type of Kannada, variety of Kannada, is also becoming very visible in the national and global spaces. So how is it received in the different Kannada-speaking regions of Mysore, North Karnataka, Canada? These are all the things that we have to map, and this seems like a huge project. I'm just starting, and there are really miles to go before I'm done, of course, but at this point, I'll just stop. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manavalli, for a lovely talk. Very interesting, very informative. May I now invite Dr. Gautam Chobe to make his presentation. Dr. Chobe is a Delhi-based writer, translator, and columnist. He teaches English at ARST College, University of Delhi. His translations include Pandey Kapil's Bhojpuri historical fiction, Andre Batel's Democracy and Its Institutions, and 12th Fail. His edited volume titled Yashpal Ka Viplav was released some time ago at the Lucknow Book Fair. Some of his forthcoming translations include Portrait of Lady Love and Bharat Ka Krantikari Ityas. Dr. Chaube's debut novel Chakka Jam will be released later this year by Raj Kamal. It's a historical fiction that travels across Bihar, Bengal, and Rangoon. Dr. Chobe writes on Gandhi, education, and literature with bylines in national dailies such as the Times of India, etc. I give you Dr. Chobe.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's a wonderful panel that I'm a part of, and I must thank Sayantanda and the accommodating Bhojpuri in a list of languages that have traditions which are long in the morning session, and the speaker before me, and I'm sure the speaker after me as well, to theorize. Well, to make a case for Bhojpuri, as I'll try to do and to think in terms of translation and its reception in the Bhojpuri world, the task set out for me is to speak from my own experience, in the sense that when my translation of Pandey Kapil's novel Phulsungi was published, it was sort of a literary event, because it had the tag of the first ever translation of a Bhojpuri novel. So how relevant is that tag, the first ever? And what does it say about the state of translation? What does it say also about, or what kind of a future does it foresee for other translations from Bhojpuri that are perhaps in the offing? Number two, I'll speak about, will be kind of a review, it's kind of a survey of the translations that are done into Bhojpuri, or the little translation that is available from Bhojpuri in other languages. A quick survey of that. And in the third part, I'll also speak about the absence. Why is it that while other traditions and other languages have thriving, flourishing tradition of translation, why is it that Bhojpuri translation isn't as vibrant as it should have been? Or is it, why is it that translation as an activity is almost peripheral? Although if you look at the kind of literary output coming from the Bhojpuri world, it's substantial. There are about a dozen periodicals, monthlies dedicated to promotion of Bhojpuri. Every year we have at least 3 or 4 Bhojpuri novels being published, more than a dozen collections of short stories and poems. Of late, interviews and letter writing and memoirs are also in fashion. So while all of that is happening, why is it that translation as an activity hasn't taken the center stage, or why is it that still peripheral? So in the first part, I'll talk about my own experience. So when Phulsungi was translated and was published by Penguin in 2020, it received some kind of a national attention, because Bhojpuri, although in terms of its translation available to the Anglophone world or to readers at large was peripheral, was marginal, but it had registered its presence in other forms. So Bhojpuri songs are very popular, Bhojpuri films are ubiquitous, and politicians from Bhojpuri-speaking politicians, I'm told that at the moment there are about 20-25 politicians who speak Bhojpuri in the parliament. So because of the political presence, because of presence in popular culture, Bhojpuri as a language was well recognized. But Bhojpuri fiction, or the availability of Bhojpuri fiction into English for the larger readership, it turned out to be a kind of an event of sorts. So the kind of reception it received in the Bhojpuri world was very interesting for me. Elsewhere, people were fascinated. It was received with the first ever label and all of that. But in the Bhojpuri world, it triggered a kind of a debate, because the subject matter for the translation, the novel was based on the life of a great Bhojpuri folk poet, Mahendra Mishra. The novel focused on his relationship with Dhela Bai, a courtesan, and portrays him as a poet, as a poet with the soul of a character from Sharat Chand's fiction. But there are other versions of Mahendra Mishra's story, and there are as many as 5 novels on the life of Mahendra Mishra. One is a novel called Das Dware Ka Pinjra by Sahitya Academy winning writer Anamika. Recently, another major novelist in Hindi, Sanjeev, published a novel on the life of Mahendra Mishra. There's a third novel by a person called Johar Safiabadi, Purvi Ke Tha, which was published by National Book Trust. Then there is a 4th novel, which is called Mahendra Mishra, by a man called Ramnath Suman, who also happens to be the first novelist in Bhojpuri, Ramnath Suman. So for all these reasons, because there were so many other versions of the story, and in every version, Mahendra Mishra is projected differently. In my story, in Phulsungi, he's more like a poet, as I argued earlier, with soul of a rover, with very kindred kind of a spirit. Whereas in Johar Safiabadi's version, or in Ramnath Suman's version, he's more like a patriot, because the legend goes that Mahendra Mishra was someone who financed the revolutionaries. He comes from Chhapra, Saran, and Saran was a hotbed of revolutionary activities. So he got into printing, counterfeiting banknotes, and he would supply those banknotes to revolutionaries. that's a version of the story which Ramnath Suman and Zohar Safiabadi in their respective novels promote. So the debate was that instead of choosing Phulsungi, where Mahinder Mishra is sort of diminished as a poet, as a poet with a kind soul, I ought to have selected a novel where he's projected as a nationalist, as a great freedom fighter, and that would have given a better representation, or that would have given greater prominence to Bhojpuri if we were to celebrate Mahinder Mishra not just as a poet or as somebody who sympathized with the downtrodden or the courtesans, but someone who was a nationalist. Because in the other two versions, he's projected as a nationalist. He's almost like a Superman, that kind of a figure, good at everything. So that was one debate, and quite a few people took exception to my selection. Then there were literary groups that surprisingly work along not just regional but caste angles and others, and who also did not like it, whereas it was appreciated elsewhere in the Bhojpuri world itself. It triggered a kind of a debate. Number two, and this was the good part of it, it also triggered research interest in Bhojpuri literature, because with the first specimen being made available to readers at large, a lot of Bhojpuri readers were not aware of the availability of a novel or of this vibrant Bhojpuri literature. I mean, that's also true of me. I'm also guilty of ignorance till 2014. Although I come from a family, my grandfather was a major Bhojpuri novelist, but I did not read much of his work, let alone those of others. So it triggered a kind of an interest, and people in university circuits started approaching me with their proposals, with research ideas, and about 4 or 5 projects have taken off as a consequence of the first translation that came out. 2 of them are currently being supervised in BHU. So that was one of the positives of in terms of reception. The third aspect of its reception was it triggered translation activities in Bhojpuri, in the sense that there are people who are now planning to translate Bhikhari Thakur, the other great legend Bhojpuri literature is associated with. And although a translation of one of Bhikhari Thakur's plays is already available, but I'm aware of 2 major translations that are being undertaken currently. I'm in the process of translating 35 of Bhojpuri short stories along the lines of the greatest stories ever told, as is being published by Aleph, along those lines. It also triggered translations into Bhojpuri. I would not say that the translations into Bhojpuri were inspired by Phulsungi, but definitely, it created a kind of a momentum, a sense of urgency. So recently, a novel from Hindi has been translated into Bhojpuri by Keshav Mohan Pandey of the Sarva Bhasha Trust. So that's the kind of a reception it got. And of course, around Bhojpuri novel, it was immediately associated with Bhojpuri identity. The clarion call for Bhojpuri's recognition as one of the languages in the 8th schedule of the Constitution, and there were all kinds of activities around this book. So that's one part of it. But while translating Phulsungi, I realized that translation in Bhojpuri, on the technical aspect of it, we lack what I think is kind of a translation infrastructure. So when you set out to translate, one of the things that you want is a dictionary. It's a dictionary of words. It's a dictionary where you find equivalents. So in the case of Bhojpuri, there's just 2 dictionaries available so far. One was published a couple of years back by Rajkamal. Other than that, there is one that came out sometime in the 60s, which is not very copious. So a lot of terms, that one comes across in translation are not available, or it's difficult to track those terms or find an equivalence. Number 2, Bhojpuri also lacks kind of a register, so there's no standardization. That could be because it's not linguistic, it's not territorially confined. Bhojpuri is spoken in parts of MP and Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand and Bihar and parts of Uttar Pradesh and of course parts of Nepal. Just setting aside for the time being the diaspora within India, it forms a landmass which is not territorially confined. So for that reason also perhaps there's no standardization of Bhojpuri. And because of that, even though you have people who understand those words, the same word may mean differently. The same word may have different connotations. It varies across this whole region. So that was that's another problem with translation. Third is, a dictionary of phrasal verb or things like that. It's also not available. So the translation infrastructure in Bhojpuri is not very robust, and therefore, when you translate, set out to translate, it has to be a kind of a collaborative exercise. So you have to get in touch with people. You have to get in touch with people who understand the language, in its original location. For example, there is this term Purain ke Paat, which literally translates as, in my translation, is the leaves of the lotus. But it is not, Purain is not lotus everywhere. In some parts of the Bhojpuri speaking tract, it is water lilies. So you have to find someone who understands terms, and therefore, the whole exercise is very collaborative. In the absence of, again, the infrastructure, the translation infrastructure in terms of dictionaries, in terms of dictionaries of phrasal verbs and idioms and such. So that's a problem I see. But if you look at overall, the kind of translation that has happened in Bhojpuri from other languages, majority of the translation in Bhojpuri is from Sanskrit texts. So, for example, one of the earliest translations into Bhojpuri is Swapna Vasudattam. This was undertaken back in 1963. Swapna Vasudattam, and this was followed by translations of Abhigyan Shakuntalam. So we have as many as 4 translations of Abhigyan Shakuntalam available, 2 translations of Karpur Sundari, 2 translations of Malvika Agnimitra, and as many as 6 translations of Bhagavad Gita, which is very interesting because in each of these translations, there's, of course, apart from being repetitive, what I also noticed in the translations is that they do not acknowledge the already existing translations. So, for example, Ram Subhash Mishra's translation or Hira Thakur's translation of Bhagavad Gita, or even Bhudev Sharma's translation of Bhagavad Gita into Bhojpuri. Most of these translations, the Gita translations happened between, say, late 80s to 2010. The translations of Kalidas, particularly his plays, from 1960s to 1980s. So by 1980s, you have about 4 or 5 versions of most of Kalidas's plays. Between 1990s to 2010, you have about 4 to 5 different versions of Bhagavad Gita. Likewise, you have about 4 to 5 versions of Meghdut that are available from 1970 to 1990. So they reach a kind of a saturation point. People realize that we have had perhaps one too many translations of a certain text, but nevertheless, you have multiple translations of these Sanskrit classics. Whereas if you look at translation from other languages, they are mostly absent. So apart from Rabindranath Tagore's Dagghar, which was translated by Dheeraj Kumar Bhattacharya in Bhojpuri in 1989, we don't have any other translation of any of the Bangla novelists in Bhojpuri, which is surprising because a lot of Bhojpuri literature is shaped by its familiarity, not just with Hindi literature, but also with Bangla literature. Books of Sharat Chandran Bankim and Rabindranath are extremely influential, and their characters have had shaping influence on characters as visualized in Bhojpuri novels. So, which is surprising. Then we have multiple translations of Durga Saptashati. Now, what I see across these translations is that majority of these translations are in verse translations, not prose translations, and also there's no attempt to theorize, because perhaps the tradition of poetry, the tradition of recitation is very strong in Bhojpuri already. So perhaps there is no attempt, therefore, to theorize. But most of these translations are either of classics or of sacred texts. Some of the translations, for example, Satyadev Tripathi's translation of Meghdut, because Meghdut is also the Viraharas, it was modeled after Bhojpuri Birha, the popular folk song Birha, song of separation, and was immensely popular. And it was also broadcast from All India Radio Patna in 1969. But apart from that, the translations, all these translations, they do not speak of the readership. If you look at the prefaces or the introductions to these translations by the translators themselves, or at times by other literary figures in the Bhojpuri world, they speak of its significance in the sense that it enriches the repertoire of Bhojpuri literature, but they are conspicuously silent on the readership, who is reading these translations. Number two, on the already existing translations by other writers, and at times also on the number of copies that they have published or sold. But in each of the prefaces, introduction, you see this whole narrative of economic hardship. So the translations are undertaken by people who served the government, who are now retired and who are now funding the translation out of their own savings or pension. So there is this narrative of economic hardship, at times also of failing health, but they do not speak of other things. So one speculates, surmises that the translation activity in Bhojpuri, into Bhojpuri, not from Bhojpuri, but into Bhojpuri, is largely a kind of a product of an inspired spirit. So there are these individuals who feel inspired and who undertake translation at great economic risk, in the personal capacity, and perhaps the public reception is not there for us to gaze, because in most cases the number of copies published were 400 to 500. In some cases they had published 1,000 copies. So who is consuming these copies, or how these copies are circulated, how these songs are sung at popular weddings? We have no record of that, unfortunately, other than the Meghdut version translated by Satyadev Tripathi, which became very popular. It was reprinted in several of Bhojpuri periodicals. It was like I mentioned, telecast on Akashvani Patna. But other than that, we do not know much about that. So a lot of the translations available in Bhojpuri, I see, gravitate towards certain writers, gravitate towards sacred text, which I believe is the tradition with most languages. Krishna Manavali before me also made a point about how many of the Kannada translations are inspired by, or are translations of Mahabharata and Ramcharitmanas or Ramayana or Bhagavad Gita. But in the Bhojpuri world, it gets restricted to that. The only other translation of English literature, or of something that's written originally in English, is a translation of John Drinkwater's play Abraham Lincoln, which was undertaken by a poet and lyricist Moti B.A. Moti B.A. I think there's also Sahitya Academy monologue on Moti B.A. In the Makers of Indian Literature series. So therefore, when we speak of translation, and we speak of the emphasis of translation, or the focus of translation, or the circulation of translation, or the choice of translation, which in the case of Fulsungi, as I argued early in the presentation, became a point of debate, one has to speak about the absence of translation. So why is it that translation activities is so peripheral, so marginal in the otherwise thriving Bhojpuri literary world? And this is, again, I mean, it is in the realm of speculation, that I think of this absence as a result of missed opportunities. If you look at the Bhojpuri world, and if you think of a Bhojpuri reader, and imagine Bhojpuri reader or a Bhojpuri writer, he is also, by definition, also a Hindi reader and a Hindi writer. So while in all the Bhojpuri literature and in every Bhojpuri history, I have not come across a single writer who contests the idea that Hindi is fit to be national language, or wouldn't assert Bhojpuri's dominance over Hindi, or even posit Bhojpuri into kind of an antagonistic relationship with Hindi. I'm thinking of an important history of Bhojpuri literature, which was published by Arjun Tiwari, where he, on the cover page itself, we have Jai Bhojpuri and Jai Hindi. So there's no antagonism. Yet, if you look at some of the important writers who could have enriched, who could have translated into Bhojpuri or from Bhojpuri, we think of a lot of missed opportunities, and it starts with perhaps as early as late 18th, early 19th century, Sadal Mishra went to Fort William College. Sadhul Mishra was from Ara and who translated Ramcharitmanas for Fort William College. And by 18th century, of course, the tradition of, by late 18th century, we do not see a flourishing tradition of prose in Bhojpuri. Bhojpuri prose waits till, some say, 20th century, because the first instance of Bhojpuri prose appears in a periodical called Buxar Samachar, which is news from Buxar Samachar, which was published in 1915. It remained in circulation for about a decade. So that, some people argue, is the first instance of Bhojpuri prose in print. So although when Sadhul Mishra goes to Fort William College, prose is not very vibrant, but he certainly had the tradition of literature, poetry, in especially devotional poetry of Bhojpuri. He could have introduced some of that. Number two, when you think of someone like Rahul Sankrityayan, who starts his literary career as a Bhojpuri playwright, he wrote about 8 Bhojpuri plays. He also presided over a lot of Bhojpuri conventions, but he never translated anything into Bhojpuri, or for that matter, no one in the Bhojpuri world was inspired after his example, because Rahul ji was also a great translator, to undertake translation activities in Bhojpuri. But the greatest lost opportunity, I would say, is when Ramchand Shukla writes his history of Hindi literature while he's teaching at Banaras Hindu University, because Bhojpuri happens to be one of the 2 major languages spoken in Banaras. So to write a history of Bhojpuri literature, Hindi literature, and to not refer to Bhojpuri, and at the same time appropriate some writers from Bhojpuri in that larger narrative, is a kind of a missed opportunity. So those are the missed opportunities because of which perhaps translation activities in Bhojpuri could not take off the way it should have, or Bhojpuri literature itself remained under-recognized. The other reason that I see is the lack of canon formation in Bhojpuri, why translation is not undertaken very seriously. Because if you think of canon formation, you have to identify important writers. You have to identify important literary specimens. In the case of Bhojpuri, it's anchored to literary writers from the past, the Sanskrit past, and in some cases, folk legends like Mahendra Mishra. But beyond that, we do not have any attempt at canon formation. Maybe that's because Bhojpuri literature was primarily seen as folk literature, as literature of peasants and farmers, primarily folk in nature. In one of the early histories of Bhojpuri literature, in 1957, written in 1957 by Krishnadev Upadhyay, he argues after Suniti Kumar Chatterjee, and says it's primarily the language of peasants and farmers and folk literature. So maybe because of that, there was no attempt at canon formation, and therefore the whole idea of translation, because when we think of translation, the choice of the text that one feels is worthy of translation, the person falls back on the canon. So we do not have that canon. Number two, why it never caught the imagination of, say, people who are dexterous in both Hindi, English, and Bhojpuri is because there's no attempt at writing history of Bhojpuri literature in English. The only attempt that's ever been made was in 1960 by Uday Narayan Tiwari. And that work is, in fact, a PhD project published in which is submitted in 1948 or 49. And it focuses more on language and very little on literature. And number three, as I argued earlier, the focus of all the subsequent histories of Bhojpuri literature have been on folk sahitya, that they call the Lok Sahitya and the Sant Sahitya, and very little on prose. Although post 1947, Bhojpuri prose emerges as the most prominent form of literary expression in Bhojpuri. Prior to that, it was primarily verse. But in all histories of Bhojpuri literature, prose literature registers a very marginal presence, not even a third of the accounts. So because of all of that, I feel that the whole idea of canon formation, the whole idea of visibility of the text, it remained a kind of a challenge. And perhaps it's because of this reason why translation activity in Bhojpuri, it remained a kind of a marginal literary activity, while writers and poets were publishing. On an average, we have 10 to 12 novels every year. Likewise, we have anthologies of short stories and poetry, but translation as an activity, remained neglected. But of late, there's this realization that in order to register Bhojpuri's presence on the global scale, also because Bhojpuri literary movement is very, very political in nature. Political because the Bhojpuri world has come to the conclusion that in order to find a place in the 8th schedule, one has to find support in the political corridors. So it has become very political in nature, and for that reason, people feel that Bhojpuri literature in translation would strengthen their claim for inclusion, so that because they could then present these books to politicians and important figures who Bhojpuri speaking people in parliament and in bureaucracy and such. So because of that, also of late, there's this realization that translation will perhaps unlock the door which has been shut on Bhojpuri for far too long now. And those are the things I wanted to say. I mean, I believe I've keeping to time. 20 minutes was the time allotted to me. I've kept to that. But once again, I thank Sayantan Dan, I thank the Academy. And no presentation on Bhojpuri at a forum like this can be complete without a plea to consider Bhojpuri literature seriously and to commission histories of Bhojpuri writing, histories of Bhojpuri literature in English, make that available. And perhaps the next time around when someone speaks and makes a case for Bhojpuri, he would have a lot more to say on tradition of translation Bhojpuri, rather than speaking of absence and survey of the trends and perhaps a subtle lament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chaubey, for your talk and also your fervent plea at the end of the talk vis-a-vis Bhojpuri. May I now request the next speaker, Animesh Mohapatra, who is standing in this session for Dipendu Das, who, thanks to the vagaries of the Indian Railway, has been delayed, and I understand he'll be coming in later. So let me first introduce Animesh Mohapatra to you. He teaches English literature at Delhi College of Arts and Commerce at the University of Delhi. His research interests include literary history, translation, and print culture. He has co-edited Critical Discourse in Odia, a selection of 25 Odia critical essays in English translation, and Natabara Samantre, a Reader, a compilation of select works of eminent Odia critic. His recently published book chapters include Health and Hygiene in Discourses in the Early 20th Century, The Making of a Modern Odia Body. Very interesting. I found that extremely interesting. He is presently translating into English Madala Panji, a chronicle of the Jagannath temple from the early modern period. His book chapters on the reception of T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland in Odisha is soon to be published by Orient Blackman. I give you Animesh Mohapatra.
Thank you, Professor Varucha, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I thank Sahitya Academy, Central Jadavpur University, and Professor Sayantan Das Gupta for giving me this opportunity to share my ideas with this esteemed body of scholars. I have prepared a few slides and I'll share my screen if you allow me. 1 second. Yeah, I hope my screen is visible. As has been often pointed.
Not yet, not visible.
Okay. Let me try again. Oh, yes. Yeah, I hope it is visible.
It's visible now. It's visible
now. My presentation is tentatively titled Translation as an Agent of Transformation in the History of Odia Literature. As has been often pointed out, translation is itself an act of reception. It is the process through which a literary work aims to be received in another linguistic community Like any other form of communication, translation also operates within a communication system. Therefore, it becomes imperative for anyone working on the reception of translation to understand the larger historical and cultural context. Different readerships in the receiving language, among other things, may determine what texts get translated and when. Moreover, the evolution of readership also plays a crucial role in the reception of a translated text, just as technological evolution does. Here, I'll try to examine how all the above factors have contributed to the reception of literary texts in translation in the context of Odisha. Since the symposium is organized around the concept of translation as reception, I'll confine my survey largely to endotropic translations, that is, text translated into Odia rather than texts translated from Odia into other languages. It may not be an exaggeration to claim that Odia literature emerged through acts of translation. Though literary texts such as the Jaryagitis, Rudra Siddhanidhi, and some Chautisas and Koilis were composed earlier, literary historians recognize Sarala Das's translation of the Mahabharata as the foundational literary work in Odia. Sarala Das, who is credited with single-handedly translating the entire Mahabharata for the first time in any Indian language, is therefore known as the Adi Kavi or first poet in Odia. Several scholars have discussed how Sarala Das's version deviates from the Sanskrit text in significant ways. I'll just give a very brief outline here. Even when Sarala Das's version contains 18 parvas, he deleted some parvas and added a few new ones. In comparison to the 1 lakh couplets one finds in the Sanskrit Mahabharata, Sarala's version contains more than 1,40,000. The Bhagavad Gita in his version is summarized in 2 lines, and many folk narratives are incorporated into the epic. Though now acknowledged as a canonical literary text, during his lifetime and for a few centuries afterwards, the poet seems to have faced the hostility of scholars. Apart from being critical of Sarala Das's deviation from the source text, they also did not appreciate its uneven metrical scheme. However, Sarala's version of the epic continued to remain immensely popular, which is attested by the fact that the text was available in hundreds of pamphlet manuscripts in different parts of Odisha before it began to be printed in 1898, and also by the fact that several lines from the text are passed into common parlance and are cited as proverbs. Mayadhar Man Singh, in his History of Odia Literature, mentioned 3 accurate verse translations and 1 accurate prose translation of the Sanskrit Mahabharata, but none proved as popular. I have already mentioned how Sarala Das is known as Adi Kavi in Odisha, but he was not always known by that sobriquet, and his version of the epic was not the first to be printed in Odia. To see how Sarala Das's Mahabharata was received by Odias educated in colonial schools, one can't do better than quote a couple of sentences from a pre-publication announcement of some of the parvas of the Sanskrit Mahabharata Fakir Mohan Senapati had translated, and which were published in 1898, before Sarala's Mahabharata came to be published. And I quote from that advertisement, the Mahabharata composed by Sarala Das is widely circulated in Odisha, but the invaluable advice, entertaining upakhyanas, and interwoven sentences that explain the worldwide glory of the Mahabharata composed by Vyasadeva are missing from this work. In comparison, to call it a separate book would not be an overstatement. Commonly known as Dandi Pothi, this doesn't conform to any existing rhythmic pattern, and thus its chances of receiving appreciation from the educated is quite slim. It may be noted here that the term Dandi Pothi was a pejorative appellation. Technically, the term refers to a text in which the number of letters or syllables varied from one line to another. But it also was used to comment on a text that was meant to be sung or recited on the streets. I have discussed elsewhere how Sarala Das came to be known as Adi Kavi in the first decade of the 20th century and on the reverence of scholars. A brief account of the changing response to Sarala Das may be in order here. It has to do with the horizon of changing expectations rather. After the widespread circulation of printed texts, prose increasingly became the favored medium of literary expression, and impeccable versification, though still appreciated by many, was no longer considered to be a major yardstick of literary merit. The recognition of folk narratives as an important literary genre also helped secure the reputation of Sarala Das as a poet who wove a number of folk tales into the fabric of his narrative. More importantly, when a vicious literary battle raged between two partisan groups, one of which celebrated the Prachina Riti poet Upendra Bhanja and another that promoted the Adhunika poet Radhanath Rai, it became prudent to find another Odia poet who could represent the antiquity of Odia literature. This was also the time when literary histories in various Indian languages came to be written, and a sense of chronology was considered to be of paramount importance. Such a shifting cultural landscape significantly altered the reception of Sarala Das as a poet. In his time, Sarala Das gave Odia writers the confidence that great and expansive epics could also be composed in the vernacular. Nearly a century later, Jagannath Das, a contemporary and friend of Chaitanya, translated the Sanskrit Bhagavata in Odia. Jagannath Das's version was written in the Nabakshari Vritta, in which each line contained 9 letters. The language of the text is also much closer to modern Odia than was Sarala Das's idiom. Though dismissed by Brahmanical scholars as Teli Bhagavat or the Bhagavat of an oilman, Jagannath Das's translation or rendering achieved iconic status in no time. In fact, the text helped establish an institution in Odisha which functioned as a public library in villages until the last decades of the 20th century. Bhagavat Tungi is a small room in a village where the palm leaf manuscript of the Bhagavata is placed and worshipped. The entire village congregated near the Tungi in the evenings and listened to chapters from the sacred text being recited. Jatindra Mohan Singh in Udishara Chitra presented an endearing portrait of the place and bemoans the absence of a similar institution in Bengal. In Fakir Mohan Senapati's Chhaman Athagund, we find another reference to the widespread popularity of the Odia Bhagavata. And I quote from Chhaman Athagund. In the temple, there is a Bhagavat Gadi where the sacred books are kept. On festive occasions such as Radhashtami, Janmashtami, and during the month of Kartika, the villagers gather to listen to the sacred books, which are read collectively. If there were no temple, there would be no religious practice of this sort, no chance to listen to God's name or to the scriptures. Fakir Mohan's narrator concludes by saying that the temple in the village functioned as a church, a public library, a restaurant, and a town hall. In fact, he's talking about a Bhagavata Tungi, which has been converted into a temple. Commenting on the prevalence of Bhagavata Tungis or palm leaf libraries throughout Odisha, Mayadhar Man Singh remembers how Jagannath Das's Bhagavata occupied a special place in the hearts of Odias. And he's talking about the context in the early 20th century. Before the advent of printing press in the last century, the entire literature was lying on palm leaves, inscribed with an iron stylus by the patient and pious labor of devoted scribes, a labor extending over months and years. I remember an honest, hardworking peasant of my village in my childhood days, who for years spent all his middays in silent, painstaking labor, transcribing only one book, the Bhagavata of Jagannath Das, the guiding star of his whole religious life. At that time, printed sets of Jagannath Das's Bhagavata were already available in the market and I suppose had already made their appearance in the village. But to that innocent peasant, The printed paper was still vulgar, lacking the aroma of sanctity attached to palm leaves. It is largely due to the Bhagavata Tungi that thousands of manuscripts of Odia and Sanskrit texts of the pre-print era have survived. Unlike Sarada Mahabharata, Jagannath Das's version enjoyed extraordinary popularity because it gave rise to and was buttressed by a powerful social, religious, and cultural institution. Translations and adaptations of Sanskrit texts continued to be carried out in Odisha, but we witnessed a sudden transformation in the 19th century due to colonial and missionary interventions. In 1865, the first indigenous printing company was set up in Odisha, and the following year, Fakir Mohan Senapati's translation of Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar's Divan Charita was published. The choice of the text is also crucial here. The text contained biographical accounts of Western pioneering achievers, Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, and William Jones, among others. Through the translation of books meant to be taught to school children, translation activities came to play a radically different role, that is, reshaping the sensibility of the young by exposing them to the knowledge of the West. Such acts of translation found in the schools an able institutional support system. The reception of Fakir Mohan's translation of Vidyasagar's book played another critical role in the history of the Odia language. When in a booklet titled Odia Ekta Swatantra Bhasha Noy, the Bengali school teacher Kanti Chandra Bhattacharya tried to prove that Odia was a dialect of Bangla, he compared passages from Fakir Mohan's faithful rendering with the source Bangla text. This realization of one of the dangers of a faithful translation, especially when the translation takes place between two contiguous and unevenly matched languages, prompted Fakir Mohan to move away from Sanskritized Odia to widely employ rooted colloquial idiom in many of his subsequent writings. Perhaps he wanted to prove that colloquial Odia was an eminently suitable medium for newly available literary genres. One notable feature of translations or adaptations of European texts in the late 19th century is the absence of any reference to the source text or author. For decades, readers appreciated Madhusudan Rao's Nirbasitara Bilap, a loose translation of William Cooper's The Solitude of Alexander Selkirk, as Rao's own creation. Similarly, the authorship and originality of several kavyas of Radhanath Rai, based on stories from Ovid's Metamorphoses, remained unquestioned, and the novelty of the author's imagination continued to enthrall readers. This approach signifies a bold appropriation of the source text. In the early 20th century, this trend of adopting Western narrative poems continued, and Nilakantha Das wrote Dasa Nayaka and Pranayini, modeled upon Tennyson's Enoch Arden and The Princess, respectively. There is a huge number of texts that one could mention here, but I'll not just give a list now, I'll move on. Perhaps the most notable and popular act of translation in the first half of the 20th century was Udayanath Sadangi's Tom Kakanka Kutira, which was first published in 1934. Not surprisingly, the cover of the book did not carry Harriet Beecher Stowe's name, though in the preface, the translator was generous enough to present the readers with a biographical sketch of the author. You can see the cover here, which doesn't carry the name of the author. Perhaps one of the reasons for the spectacular success of Sadangi's translation of Stowe's book was its narrativization of the struggle against the ruthless oppression of fellow human beings, and experienced Odia readers of the time could easily identify with. Reading a chapter from the book as part of the school syllabus in 1925 had inspired Sadangi to render the book accessible to fellow Odias, and his translation no doubt inspired its readers when they themselves were subjected to atrocities during British rule. in the 1950s, the cultural politics associated with the Cold War led the Soviet Union and non-communist Western powers to make energetic efforts to win the hearts and minds of the people of the recently decolonized nations by propagating their literatures through translation. The novelty of the translation projects initiated during the Cold War consisted in investing translation with a political urgency and lending it a programmatic and systematic dimension. Moreover, by the 1940s, critical discourse in Odisha had got visibly academized. The emergence in 1949 of Jhankara, a literary periodical with a strong academic orientation, further contributed to the process of academization of literary criticism. All these factors combined to internationalize literary sensibility in Odisha, and translation came to be recognized as a powerful agent in the process. Till then, barring a few exceptions, translation was not recognized as a serious intellectual exercise. Perhaps that explains why authors and publishers were reluctant to publish a book as a translation from another language. With an intent to change such a notion, in an issue of Jhankar in 1949, its editor, Hare Krishna Mahatab, emphasized translation's transformative role in revitalizing a stagnant society. And I quote from that editorial, "Since the practice of translating texts from other languages into Odia has not gained much currency in our province, Odia language has failed to acquire contemporary resonance and vitality. It is not just that the number of texts translated into Odia is rather small. There are quite a few people who remain averse to translation as an activity." And he uses a metaphor here. A petty zamindar in a village refuses to allow anyone to walk past his decrepit house holding an unfurled umbrella over his head. If he dared doing so, due punishment would be meted out to the offender. Just as this ignoble custom had to be systematically challenged, the negative attitude towards translation should be aggressively combated. Should Odias stay confined in a closed room and deprive themselves of the benefits of fresh and bracing air and sunlight? The denigrators of translation are writers who are feeble beings and espouse narrow ideas. They shut the world outside by bolting the doors of their houses and swagger before their kinsmen. In the editorial, Hare Krishna demonstrated how English writers like John Keats, Matthew Arnold, and Charles Dickens benefited from the translation of Kalidasa's Abhigyana Shakuntala and urged Odia writers to follow their salutary example. These observations of Hare Krishna Mahatab, then the Prime Minister of Odisha and an influential cultural figure, in a magazine that turned out to be the most successful literary periodical in the latter half of the 20th century, emphatically indicate that a space was being created in post-independence Odisha for a warmer reception of world literature in translation. The ambitious initiative, I'm almost towards the final part of the presentation. I won't take much time. The ambitious initiative undertaken by a young publisher and translator, Prafulla Chandra Das, in the early 1950s may be seen as a spirited attempt to embody Hare Krishna Mahatab's idea of revitalizing Odia language and literature through acts of translation. Born and brought up in Kolkata, where his father Manmohan Das was a successful bookseller and publisher, Prafulla Chandra embarked on the bold venture of publishing Odia translations of books by internationally acclaimed and Nobel Prize winning Western authors. Earlier, many authors who translated Western literary texts into Odia did not feel the need to present them as translations. Often the source texts were not acknowledged at all. Publishers and translators did not seem to feel the need to obtain copyright permission from either the publishers or authors of the source text. Prafulla Chandra introduced a conspicuous element of professionalism to the field of publishing translations. He entered into correspondence with authors and publishers of the source text to secure copyright permissions. He persuaded authors themselves, their friends and functionaries and functionaries of international cultural organizations such as UNESCO and PEN to contribute forewords and messages which were included in the published translations. For instance, when Boris Pasternak was unable to send a foreword to the Odia translation of Dr. Zhivago, the Icelandic Nobel laureate Halldór Laxness contributed an extended note written exclusively for the Odia version of the novel, and you can see the image that's Laxness's writing. Similarly, the Odia translation of the selected poems of Ezra Pound, which was published in 1958, carried an introduction by T.S. Eliot and a letter from Pound himself. However, the Odia readership did not warm to these initiatives and the translation sank into oblivion. Perhaps a lack of institutional support and a horizon of new expectations account for the lack of success of these laudable endeavors. One of the outcomes of academization of literary criticism and Cold War politics was the growing hegemony of English in Odisha. Therefore, translations into English came to receive more attention and enjoyed greater visibility. So over the last several decades, we have been witnessing the rather curious phenomenon of translation without reception. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahapatra. We have a little time for questions, Sayantan. Is that all right? Yeah, we do have time for questions. I believe,
Yes,
I
yes, we do
understand
have,
Dr. Manavali is traveling and hence not really available for questions. But the other two speakers, Dr. Chaubey and Dr. Mohapatra, are here. So please, if you have questions, comments, go ahead. Brief ones. Dr. Sayantan?
Right. Maybe I'll just start this off with a couple of comments, actually. This is to respond to Animesh and also Gautam. Animesh, when you were talking about, how Harriet Beecher Stowe's text was translated into Oriya and how that struck a chord in the Oriya readership at that time with the theme of oppression, I think that is a leitmotif for this entire idea of translation as reception. I'm sure we will find resonances of this kind of reception across Indian languages. So, I thought that was a very symptomatic point that you were talking about, very useful for this symposium itself. I think for Dr. Gautam Chaubey, Gautam, when we did the concept note for this symposium, we were primarily thinking of endotropic translation, and your paper has really opened up a new avenue for thinking of translation as reception here, because given the linguistic cartography and the politics of language recognition, non-recognition in India, I think this question of exotropic translation also, which you were talking about, when you translate from a language like Bhojpuri or a language like Tamang into a world language like English, that gives a kind of boost to the national imaginary. It expands the national imaginary and it facilitates a kind of accommodation of the plural, of the multiple, which is what the idea of India is about. So I think that's a very interesting avenue that you have taken. Thank you so much.
I have a question for Dr. Gautam. You were speaking about the lack of translations, not just from other Indian languages into Bhojpuri, but also from English into Bhojpuri. So I was wondering that given the continuum with Hindi, although Bhojpuri is a different language, given the continuum with Hindi, are the Bhojpuri readers able to access translations in Hindi? Is there no market for Bhojpuri translations as a result from different Indian languages or even English? I was just wondering, because you said that there were so many books published, printed in the case of some other books, and you don't know what has happened to them. Did they sink into oblivion? You said that.
Yes. Yes, in fact, that's been one of the concerns in the Bhojpuri world for very long now. Naturally, I mean, Hindi serves a kind of a benchmark, in terms of leadership, in terms of literary inspirations, in terms of tropes, or and Hindi also in terms of the translations that it makes available to Bhojpuri readers or Bhojpuri writers. So a lot of those translations from English were available to Bhojpuri readers through Hindi. That's also true of translations in Hindi from other languages, which any Bhojpuri reader could easily consume. Now, the concern in the Bhojpuri world, and this is a debate that's been ongoing since the 1970s, is to find a market. To find a market, because numerically it's a strong community. Recently G.N. Devi argued that, not very recently, I think this was an argument he made in 2018, that of all the languages of the world, Bhojpuri is the fastest growing language. So we have that dividend, which we can capitalize on. But the market is a major concern, and Bhojpuri people have been trying to be creative, with book sales. So they're saying that, instead of wedding presents, why don't we give certain books? Why don't we have a kind of subscription model? So as soon as a book is announced, the kind of model, that was prevalent in Johnson's time, in the olden days. So we're thinking of those kind of a model, but you have a kind of a path-breaking intervention. It comes when a major publisher endorses your language. So an important novel called Ram Ratan Videshya was published by Gyanpith in Bhojpuri, and that was, that in a sense emboldened other writers to undertake similar projects. So they approached NBT, and NBT agreed and published one novel. Penguin publishes the translation. So we have to be creative, and at the same time we also need to convince major writers that there is a market for the Bhojpuri. And Ram Ratan Videshya, I'm told, is running into second edition. So it must have sold a few copies. With the translations that I mentioned during my presentation, we don't know much about their availability. For example, my own Nanaji's translations or his novels, I only have a set of his books. And then there's one set of his books available back in the village. But other than that, what happened to his books, who read those books, or who bought those books, we have no sense of that. So this is something which Bhojpuri people have to do. Lobbying for recognition is not enough. We must do that, of course, with diligence, but we must also keep writing, and we must also find a kind of a book market in the Bhojpuri world. I mean, be creative, festivals or marriages, the way it was in Bengal till some decades ago.
Thank you, Gautam. And I was also thinking of the fact that Bhojpuri is a strong language, if not the official language of Mauritius and Fiji, the diaspora there. So surely there should be a market which is probably already being explored by Bhojpuri writers, Bhojpuri films, not just Bhojpuri print literature. Are there any more questions? I think Shubha Chakrabarti has a question.
Yes, if I may ask Gautamji, it's more of a comment. Well, there's also a question. Thank you for translating Phulchungi, and not just thank you, congratulations. I think it can. Do you think it has the possibility of becoming a canon in Bhojpuri literature? Because it has all the makings of a canon. But apart from that, I also wanted to tell you that Amitav Ghosh has used Bhojpuri songs in his book Sea of Poppies, and it has a very, it has a rhythm there, and it sort of encompasses the entire text. So the Bhojpuri is there in a very important manner. I think there must be other texts, in Hindi and Bangla. I'm not really aware of any book in Bangla, but probably in Hindi. And the actual question that I wanted to ask you was this: that do you think that Hindi has assimilated? I mean, Hindi literature has assimilated Bhojpuri, and it is because of that translations from Bhojpuri into Hindi has not occurred, or probably we're making a point there. But is that what you were saying?
Yeah. Responding to the first, yes. I mean, Phulchungi has all the makings of canonical literature for two reasons. Say, it deals with a popular figure in Bhojpuri world, Mahendra Mishra, a very famous poet, and also it's written by a man, Pandey Kapil, who was in a sense an institution unto himself. He launched a press in Patna, which operated out of his own home, and he published about 100 books in Bhojpuri, very good books which he carefully edited and commissioned. So it brings together several traditions in Bhojpuri, about a writer, about a great story, and also a great author. So it brings all of that together. It has that making, and that could be one of the reasons why I chose Phulsungi over the other books. I mean, I have more concrete things to say about the other books and why I did not choose them, but in terms of selection, this choice was a little easy. So of all the books that, an average reader in Bhojpuri may have heard of or read, Phulsungi is the most worthwhile candidate. So that is true. Yes, I was making that point about it's an antagonism with Hindi, or Hindi usurping the space or not conceding any space to Bhojpuri, I would say. Because in all histories of Bhojpuri Hindi literature, Kabir Das is recognized as an important poet. I mean, the whole Riti Kal and Bhakti Kal and Adhunik Kal and Uttara Adhunik Kal, I mean, Riti Kal and Bhakti Kal, you have Kabir Das as a major figure. Now, the Bhojpuri people think of him as the Adi Kavi of Bhojpuri as well, because he says by language is Purvi. And a lot of the verb uses, a lot of the adjectives you find in Kabir Das. This may not be Kabir of the Granthavali, but certainly the Kabir in Shyam Sundar Das's Granthavali that he brought out from Patna, from Uttar Pradesh, from Banaras. So the verb forms, the adjectives, syntax is Bhojpuri, and so a lot of people think of him as a Bhojpuri poet. But even after Kabir, there were many major saint poets, Dharni Das, Lakshmi Sakhi, Darya Sahib, who wrote copious verses and poetry in Bhojpuri. All of that has not been either included or acknowledged as a component of or as an auxiliary component of Hindi literature. So yes, that space not being conceded to, not being allotted to Bhojpuri has been to detriment of Bhojpuri literature. That could be one of the reasons. Yeah, but like I said, a lot of the activity in Bhojpuri is unfortunately slightly political. It's becoming slightly political, So and there's also compulsions, because we've come to the conclusion that unless the political dispensation, unless the leaders who are in power, in office, they support the cause of Bhojpuri, it is not likely to find a place in the 8th schedule. So that could be one of the reasons. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Choube. I think we are running out of time, but if there are questions or any points anyone would like to raise about Dr. Mahapatra's presentation, we shall take those. If there's anyone who, Ankit Rath wants to raise a point. Is it in connection with Dr. Mahapatra's presentation? Because we are really running out of time.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please go ahead.
Dr. Mahapatra.
Yes.
So, as you had edited your volume, Critical Discourse in Odia, so there we see the situation of the critical discourses in Odia, some light is shed upon the critical tradition in Odia literature through translation into English. So, this was something that I was wondering about. If translations of other texts, other critical texts from, let's say, something like, Foucault could be translated into Odia, and is there some sort of, some sort of a market or, some sort of reception that could benefit the Odia populace or Odia academia in that sense?
So see, these days, as has been made apparent in some other presentations as well, so anyone who would like to access these critical texts in other European languages or some other Asian languages, they take recourse to English translations rather than going to, there are a few translations of some theoretical texts available in Odia, but they hardly find any readers, those texts. So most scholars, students who are interested in those theoretical texts, they go to those English translations, which are easily available.
Dr. Ipsita has raised a hand, and if it is regarding Dr. Mahapatra's presentation, we shall definitely allow that question. Dr. Ipsita. Dr. Ipsita. Dr. Ipsita, would you like to unmute yourself and speak? No? No? Ipsita? I think we have lost Dr. Ipsita, maybe to the unavailability of the internet at her place. Dr. Sayantan, do you see her anywhere?
She seems to be there, but she's muted, so perhaps it was by mistake.
So, Ipsita, would you like to unmute yourself and speak? If not, we shall close this Q&A session. And Dr. Sayantan would, I'm sure, like to declare a break before we move on to the next one. Thank you very much to all the three speakers. Wonderfully lucid, informative, and very, very interesting presentations. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very much, and a big thank you to Professor Bharucha for moderating that session. I think since we are actually slightly late, maybe we should just forego the break and continue with the next session. We are privileged again to have Professor Sachin Ketkar, who will be moderating this session. Welcome back, Sachin. And the presenters in this section, we have Professor Sucharita Chattopadhyay, who will be focusing on literature as translation as reception in the context of Bangla literature. And we have Professor Dipendu Das, who is just joining us. She has joined us. He was traveling and there were problems with the train. So Dipendu will be here talking about the context of Assamese literature. And we have Dr. Parveen Kumari, who will be focusing on the Dogri language for translation as reception. So over to you, Sachin.
Thank you, Professor Sayantan. It's always a privilege and a pleasure to moderate this session. I think we can go right away into the panel, and because I think we are slightly running behind the schedule. So yeah, so I begin by inviting Professor Sucharita Das Chattopadhyay for making her presentation on translation as reception in Bangla. She is Professor of Comparative Literature and Coordinator of Center for Canadian Studies at Jadavpur University. She is also Dean Faculty of Council of Arts, Jadavpur University, and she has received the Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute's Faculty Enrichment Award in 2000 and 2009. She's also a nominated member of the India Members Council, Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, and her research interests include Indigenous Canadian literature, Canadian immigrant literature, comparative study of Indian and Southeast Asian literatures, translations of Indian literatures into English. She has edited and co-edited a number of volumes and has also translated widely. She had also been principal investigator of RUSA 2 project on locating indigeneity in the global South, revival, conservation, and sustainability. So, Professor Chattopadhyay, I invite you to make your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I am here to talk about translation as reception in the context of Bangla. And in contrast to some of the papers which have addressed the contemporary situation, I would be going back in history. I will be going back in history to show how translation has consistently facilitated the process of reception by promoting intellectually stimulating ideas along with the accompanying literary and cultural exchanges. When we are translating,
we realize, we know that the translator's reading of a text shapes its ultimate reception in many ways. And this reading is usually tempered by a particular purpose, a purpose which may at times move beyond a strictly literary agenda. It may embark upon a social, cultural, or even political motivation. And under such circumstances, often we see that a very curious yet fragile balance needs to be maintained by the translator. So the process of translation, which is usually considered primarily as a literary process, can also be used quite effectively as a political or socio-cultural tool. In this sense, it can move beyond being just an aesthetic practice and can successfully negotiate certain extra literary requirements. So in that sense, maybe we can say the purpose of translation can offer us a study from the perspective of reception. And this promises to be often as interesting as the actual process of translation. So for today's presentation, keeping in mind the tremendous sociocultural and linguistic diversity that makes up the Indian tapestry, and focusing on Bangla as the target language, I plan to engage in a comparative study of 4 translations of one particular Shakespearean tragedy into Bangla over a period of 100 years. Shakespeare and his rich storehouse of tragedies, comedies, tragicomedies, history plays, we all know how they had reached an iconic status in the field of literature and how they became easily identified with the colonizers. In the academic field, India's interest in the plays of Shakespeare started during colonization, but it has stayed on as a major legacy. Shakespearean plays cast a tremendous influence on budding playwrights and critics alike. And as an essentially British icon, Shakespeare may also be projected as a symbol of the cultural exchange between Britain and India during the process of colonization. Now, under duress or on her own, multilingual and multicultural India has accepted and adopted Shakespeare with open arms and integrated him into the diverse linguistic and cultural spheres that India sported. Consequently, the 19th and 20th centuries witnessed a large number of translations and adaptations of Shakespearean plays all over India. And digging deeper, we can also explore how the sociological divisions that existed in contemporary Indian society affected the reception of Shakespeare. Since I'll be concentrating on Bangla, it brings me to Kolkata, which was then the capital of colonial India and was consequently widely acknowledged as its cultural center. So Kolkata experienced a day-to-day, deep-rooted contact with the British rulers who contributed to the emergence of the city as an intellectual hub. The contemporary Bengali or Bangla literary tradition was not yet familiar with the stage, complete with wings and curtains. It was only in the 19th century that such developments became widespread in the city, and this resulted in the demand for the composition of a new set of plays. And Shakespeare expectedly provided a ready source of inspiration. In 1857, universities were established in 3 major Indian cities: Calcutta, Bombay, Madras, Kolkata, Mumbai, Chennai. Around this time, control over education was gradually transferred away from the East India Company, and it was to become the British Raj's responsibility. It was carefully monitored and guided along a course which would ensure that the British education system and policies were being followed rigorously everywhere. And the introduction of Shakespeare into the curriculum played a major role in this scheme. The Indian audience in the early days of colonization wasn't particularly enthusiastic about watching Shakespearean plays being enacted on stage. Initially, audience admired Shakespeare mainly because the British rulers held him in high esteem. And the admiration came on as a kind of imposition, if I may say. And this was the reason why Shakespeare slowly and steadily found his way into the Indian curriculum. He arrived in India along the route of education, but was soon firmly entrenched into the culture of the country. And if we look at the Indian Bangla scenario in Bangla play around that time, we have, just to give you a sense of date, we have Michael Madhusudhan Datta's Krishna Kumari, which was first performed in 1861, set in Rajputana. We have Girish Chandra Ghosh's Abhimanyu Badh, staged in 1881. This draws heavily from epic and mythological sources. We have Kirod Prasad Vidya Binod's Ali Baba, first performed in 1897, and this was set in the exotic backdrop of Baghdad. So we have different flavors which were made available to the audience. So that is where Shakespeare needed to be fitted in. So translations and adaptations of Shakespearean plays started becoming popular. And the honor of translating the first Shakespearean play into Bangla as part of an academic assignment went to Charles Monckton, a student of Fort William College, Kolkata. If I may quote from Professor Shishir Kumar Das, Shakespeare translation began when English education was more or less firmly established and a sizable population of English-knowing people had emerged, and Shakespeare had become a cultural icon for the elite. Now, proficiency in spoken or written English was a distinct advantage. It was a major privilege among the middle class Bengali. And this fact points towards a decidedly hegemonic division within the Indian readership. So the resultant translations never merited much critical analysis by academicians in those days. They were expected to facilitate the exchange of literature written in other languages. So it's possible to conclude that Shakespeare existed in the Indian cultural life as two distinctly different and hierarchical figures. On the one hand, Shakespeare in his original version existed exclusively in the classroom, in the library, as well as in the study of the English-educated Indian. On the other hand, we have a Shakespeare in Indian languages who was both welcomed and resisted, admired and subverted. Again, to quote Professor Das, the story of the appropriation of Shakespeare, which includes translations and adaptations of various kinds, presents a stratified structure, each representing a different Shakespeare created and sustained by different culture groups, often working at cross purposes. Now, for today's presentation, I would focus on Macbeth And to concentrate on the translation of Shakespeare's Macbeth into Bangla, we first need to explore the development of the Bangla language. Bangla has evolved as a language. From the days of Charyapad, then moving on, gradually it emerged as a well-formed language, incorporating numerous changes and influence. And by the 14th century, we find Bangla had more or less reached its contemporary form. In the 19th century, that I'm going to focus on 19th and 20th centuries, Bangla reached the pinnacle of its development in the hands of stalwarts like Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, Michael Madhusudan Datta, Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, as well as the young Rabindranath Tagore. And the language offers an extremely varied manifestation depending on the time, the place, as well as, more importantly, the intention of the concerned author. And the concerned author here also includes the translator. Macbeth has always been a particular favorite with readers and audience in Bengal. It survived the test of time in terms of popularity and continued to be translated until late into the 20th century. The first documented Bangla translation of Macbeth was done by Horolal Rai in 1874 and was named Rudropal. So it's not really a translation, more of an adaptation. In 1875, Taraknath Mukhopadhyay again translated Macbeth, but he retained the original title. The next Bangla translation came out in 1885 by Nagendranath Bosu. This was called Kornobir. So the fact that most of these translations were not called Macbeth is proof enough that they can be viewed as adaptations. The storyline, other elements have been adhered to, but they are not really translations. Unfortunately, most of these earlier versions are not widely available. So the 4 texts that we have, we can easily access and that I would like to talk about today. They are Rabindranath Tagore's translation of Macbeth, done in 1875. Girish Chandra Ghosh published his translation of Macbeth in 1899. He retained the original title. Again, Jyotirnath Sengupta translated Macbeth between 1950 and 53. And the last one, we start with Rabindranath in 1875. The last one that I'm going to talk about is Utpal Datta's translation. Utpal Datta, the well-known stage and screen personality of Bengal, his translation of Macbeth done in 1975. So these 4 major Bangla translations covering a period of 100 years would provide us a very clear insight into the diverse agenda that were operative in the system. The journey begins with the surviving excerpts of the translation done by Rabindranath in 1875. And what we have to keep in mind is that at that point of time, Rabindranath was only 14 years old. He remains an icon in Bangla literature. His vision of Shakespeare at this unusually tender age is integral to understanding the reception of Shakespeare in Bengal through translation as reception. In 1875, when he was 14, as I've already pointed out, Rabindranath translated Macbeth as part of his holiday assignment under the instruction of his tutor, Gyanchandra Bhattacharya. What's remarkable is that he was so young, yet he did such a wonderful job. Unfortunately, the main manuscript has since been mislaid. However, excerpts of the translation have survived and they were published in the Bharati magazine. And finally, they were included in Rabindra Rachanabali, Rabindranath Tagore's complete works. And his translation of the Which Scenes They Survive, Act 1, Scene 1, Act 1, Scene 3, They Survive, and also the first scene of the fourth act. The most authentic assessment of Rabindranath's experience in translating Macbeth has been recorded by himself in his personal memoir, Jiban Sriti. I translate here. Gyanchandra Bhattacharya, the son of Ananda Chandra Vedanta Bagish, was our home tutor. He used to teach me Kumar Shambhava in Bangla. Apart from that, he used to explain parts of Macbeth in Bangla, until such time that I used to translate these according to Bangla rhythm. He would lock me up in the room. I had finished translating the entire book. Fortunately, it got lost, and I was relieved that the load of my labor was that much reduced. Rabindranath goes on to describe how his Sanskrit tutor, Ram Sarveshwar Pandit, had dragged him to Ishwarchandra Vidyasagar, the renowned academic, reformer, and philosopher, who was the pioneer of Bengal Renaissance, to read out his Bangla translation of Macbeth. And Rabindranath has recorded that while he was nervous about getting a listener of Vidyasagar's status, he was at the same time also very keen to be praised by him. The feedback he received at the time had been quite encouraging. It was suggested to the young boy by those present that the speeches of the witches should portray a special kind of rhythm peculiar only to those scenes. Which brings to my mind Shujit Mukherjee's comments on translation as discovery. I quote, "Reading for translation may be placed at the highest level because not only must the translator interpret the text reasonably, he must also restructure his interpretation in another language while striving to approximate the original structure. He cannot subtract from the original, and he adds only at great peril. He can only state, rather restate in another language." Unquote. And then a personal take, an extremely personal opinion. I find it striking that the translation done by this 14-year-old boy at times appears to be superior to the 3 other translations that I'm going to refer to in today's talk. Maybe it could be taken as an early indication of the poetic fervor and excellence that was to bring him the Nobel Prize years later in 1913. Now, Rabindranath did not have any personal agenda. It was his home tutor's agenda that he translate Macbeth. It was not a matter of choice. But we cannot really not look at Rabindranath's translation. So, when I begin to talk about agenda-driven translation, translation as reception, or reception as translation, whichever way we look at it. Girish Ghosh in 1899, he first staged Macbeth in 1893, but published it in 1899. When he founded the National Theatre, the first Bangla professional theatre company in 1872. And Girish Ghosh was a playwright, an actor, a director, and who was one of the major contributors to the rich tradition of Bangla theatre. And when I look at Macbeth, Girish Ghosh's version of Macbeth, which premiered on 28th January 1893, that premiere is widely referred to even today. His translation marks a compromise between the policy of Indianization propounded by Hemchandra in the realm of translation and adaptation of Shakespearean plays into Bangla, and the concept of faithful translation advocated by translators in the 20th century. He was standing at the juncture. Interestingly, if we look at Girish Ghosh's translation, we'll find that often he has added songs. He has deleted some also. He consciously avoided using place names. However, he tried to retain the original dialogues as far as practicable, and he also recreated an authentic Shakespearean world on the Bangla stage. It has been generally accepted that Girish Ghosh had to submit to the popular demand for cheap sentimentality, sob stuff, stage trick, a tendency that affected the quality of his translation as well as its literary merit. Moreover, Girish Ghosh was not only catering to the elite, but more so to a general audience. And that explains the kind of language which he used while translating Macbeth into Bangla. He was known for his conscious practice of taking the theatre out of the rich man's entertainment sphere in Bangla, taking it out of the Jalsa Ghar and planting it squarely in the common man's courtyard, as Shakespeare himself had done. And at the same time, Girish Ghosh had to keep the ruling class in good humor by staging plays they admired, they were proud of. But in addition, he also had to make the presentation attractive for the common people to throng the theatre. That was essential for the survival of the theatre. Interestingly, Girish Ghosh's translation of Macbeth begins with a section called Prostabona, Introduction, which was clearly an interpolation on the translator's part. The reason for the incorporation of such an unusual introduction was that in 1891, he had just been dismissed from the Star Theatre. In 1892, the Minerva Theatre was established, and Girish Ghosh picked out Macbeth for their opening production. And in this Prostabona, the introductory passage, Ghosh painted the picture of a committed dramatist whose aim is not just to create entertainment, but also to pursue proper artistic creation. He went on to describe the frustration of the artist as his intentions are questioned by society. He pointed out that for such artists, success in the form of recognition and praise often remain a distant dream. In this context, he introduced the analogy of Shakespeare, who is blissfully unaware of all these tensions as he rests in eternal peace. In the same Prostabona, he pledged his admiration for the great poet and wondered at the inspiration which prompted him to pay a tribute to Shakespeare within the confines of a theatre in Bengal. There's a handbill which was distributed, which reads, I'll just read out from the handbill, which was printed in the daily Amritobajar Patrika as an announcement for the opening show. It reads, opening night, the Minerva Theatre, 6 Beedon Street, Saturday, the 28th January at 9 p.m. Shakespeare in Bengali, Macbeth. And then it is written, I have got pieces mounted by European artists and dressed it under European supervision and makeup by Mr. J. Pym. For particulars, see playbills. Next day, Sunday, at candlelight. Macbeth, G.C. Ghosh, manager. It's a very, very interesting piece of document. And the opening night's production was reviewed by the same daily the next day, January 30th, 1893. And that reads, the Minerva Theatre Company, mind you, it's a translation that I'm talking about, a translation which was being staged. The Minerva Theatre Company, under the management of Babu G.C. Ghosh, gave their first performance on Saturday. As announced, the tragedy of Macbeth was the entertainment of the night, and the house was literally full, many having had to go away disappointed. Shakespeare's matter and manner are all singularly his own. Yet it must be said that Babu G.C. Ghosh's translation of the immortal tragedy has been a rich contribution to Bengali dramatic literature. Indeed, many among the audience were at once put in mind of several well-known passages in Shakespeare's Macbeth while listening to their Bengali versions. There were flashes of histrionic talent in the display of Macbeth's character, while Lady Macbeth must have made an impression on the assembly. The stage effect of the play was heightened by the grandeur of paintings and dresses. So this is a reception guided.
Sorry to interrupt, Professor Chattopadhyay, but I think we'll have to stick to the timeline here.
Yes.
So may
yes. How much time do I have?
A couple of more minutes.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
So with this in mind, when we look at Girish Ghosh's production, that is actually the agenda is keeping the theatres alive. And the best way was to produce a play by Shakespeare so that a lot of quote-unquote babus would come to watch it to keep the British bosses happy. And in due course, it became popular. So other members of the audience from other categories, they also started visiting the stage. And I'll jump on to Utpal Datta's section, which is far more relevant compared to Jyotirnath, because he was, when we are talking about agenda, Utpal Datta was driven by a completely different motive. A very successful actor in Bangla theatre himself, he was instrumental in founding the Little Theatre Group. And he was a very serious and committed playwright. On 26 June, the circumstances were, on 26 June 1975, Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed, the then President of India, declared a state of emergency. He did so under the advice of the Prime Minister, Mrs. Gandhi. The imposition of the emergency meant that all elections at the parliamentary and state levels were postponed. Extraordinary power was given to Mrs. Gandhi, enabling her to suspend all civil liberties and any form of political opposition. And under the emergency rule, police forces with full support from the government arrested numerous protesters and strikers all over the country, and many were jailed. The activities of all opposition political parties were banned. The government suffered a particularly harsh crackdown. The intelligentsia was critical of many of the atrocities and unfair treatment that were being meted out to common citizens under the Emergency Act. And the members were searching for ways and means of lodging effective protests. And Utpal Datta, if we look at Utpal Datta's own words in Towards a Revolutionary Theatre, we get a clear picture of the situation and understand what prompted him to translate Macbeth. All his plays were being questioned, productions were being stopped. He has written, but with The Nightmare City, Dushapne Nagari, a play about the murder of communists in Calcutta by Congress gangsters, and the way the police, the press, and the so-called Congress youth leaders cooperate in the task, rouse the enemy to real effort, especially because of the massive crowds which besiege the box office every day. they planned to suppress it. And at this crucial juncture, under the banner of his group called People's Little Theatre, Utpal Datta staged his rendering of Macbeth on 27th September 1975. His Bangla translation was done with this staging in mind. The staging was done at Rabindra Sadan, and it is believed that he found in Macbeth a perfect cloak to cover his seething criticism of the contemporary political situation in India. And years later, I will end with this, years later, in an interview in 1989, Utpal Datta commented on his own staging of Macbeth. And these comments were referred to by Shomik Bandyopadhyay in his preface to Utpal Datta's translation of the play. I'll end with what Utpal Datta wrote about his strategy. When we staged Shakespeare's Macbeth, we had realized there was no better play on tyranny than Shakespeare's Macbeth. There never had been as good a play as this against emergency. That is yet to be written. But we knew that the Congress people did not have the intelligence to understand that it was a play against Mrs. Gandhi's emergency. If we staged Macbeth, they would say that this group is absorbed in Shakespeare culture. They don't have to be disturbed. That is exactly what happened. They did not put up any obstacle. So there's a lot more comparison that could be done, but I know I'm aware of the paucity of time. So if I get a chance, maybe later. But I just want to end with a couple of lines trying to establish how translation has been used in this case as an effective method for a study of reception by fitting Shakespeare's Macbeth into different contexts and using the play to convey different kinds of messages to different kinds of audience. Such translations, therefore, promote a purely literally cultural exchange across languages and can also facilitate the transmission of social and political messages. In fact, in many ways, the reception of the Shakespearean plays in India, in Bangla, can actually be taken as an example of the relationship that existed between Britain and India during the colonial and post-colonial period. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chattopadhyay, for that very fascinating account of uses of Shakespeare at various junctures of history in Bangla. And after I heard what Utpal Dutt did with Macbeth during time of emergency, it reminded me of Gulzar's statement after Haider. He says that it's Shakespeare ke kandho pe se goli chalana. So
yeah, exactly.
I'm using Shakespeare to fire my own bullet. So this was a very fascinating account. I think we'll have questions after all the presentations are done. So I request the people who had raised their hands to actually hold on till we finish our presentations. So the next we have Dr. Dipendu Das, who is Professor of English in Assam University, Silchar. He did his PhD on the plays of Arthur Miller and specializes in drama studies. So this is again something that connects his presentation to the earlier one. His current interests are Indian English literature, translation studies, migration studies, and Northeast studies. And more than 40 scholars have been awarded MPhil, PhD degrees under his supervision. He has presented papers and acted as resource person in more than 50 national and international seminars and conferences in India and abroad. He was the recipient of Ukeri grant for UK-India Staff Exchange program in 2011. He has completed two major research projects under UGC and ICSSR on pangs of marginalization, crisis and assertion of identity in literature of Tea tribes of Assam, a study. And second one is Partition of India in Northeast, issues of migration and identity. He has published extensively in national and international journals and authored, co-edited 10 books. He's a creative writer and published a Bengali short story collection. A theater activist, he has written several plays and musicals for stage, radio, and script for television, many of which have won awards and received wide acclaim. So again, I request Professor Das to make his presentation. Professor Dipendra Das, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I must express my sincere thanks to Sahitya Akademi and the Center for Translation of Indian Literature, Jadavpur University, for inviting me to this one-day online symposium on translation as reception, the Indian context. I think I'll have to switch off my video because that may create some problem, because I am now on transit. I'm in a hotel from Varanasi, and the train was extremely late, and I'm very thankful to the department and Sahitya Akademi and Sayantan, who is a friend of mine, for bearing with me, because my schedule was post-lunch session, I think, but then now it is the last session. And I also offer my thanks to the the professor who has made adjustment. So thank you all. Let me start my topic, and I'll switch off my turn off my camera. Now, the title of my talk today is Across Fences, Translation of Intertwined Lives, Initiating a Counter Discourse on India's Northeast, Assamese and Bengali Literature of Assam in Context. What I'll do is that in the context, because Assamese and Bengali literature of Assam, they emerge from the similar kind of context, and the perspective may be different, and there are a lot of similarities also. So in this paper, I'll try to dive deep into this whole issue and the issue of cultural interfaces. Now, one of the major measures for countering the root cause of the tension emerging out of the cultural interface in a multicultural society has been identified as creating an environment conducive for better understanding of the perspective of the self and the other through more and more cultural exchanges. It has to be acknowledged that translation can play a very significant role as a conduit through which intercultural and interlingual transactions and negotiations can take place. More so in the post-globalized world, which has become more and more a site of cultural interfaces. Today, I propose to dwell on the context of northeast of India, especially Assam, which has been popularly viewed as a conflict zone, vexed with the issues of migrations, cultural interfaces, ethnic clashes, insurgency and citizenship, etc. And while doing so, intend to examine the role of translation as a mediator across invisible fences of diverse cultures. And the context, of course, is Assam and Northeast in general. At the outset, it has to be mentioned that any discussion on India's Northeast also entails the acknowledgement of the fact that there is a strain of thought which believes that it is rather unjust to use the term Northeast India to lump together the widely different multi-ethnic and multilingual states, since it seems to be a result of some kind of geographical, ethnic, and linguistic stereotyping. However, in spite of the diversity that exists, it is also possible to discern several commonalities in the contemporary politics of the Northeast. A couple of significant ones being the issues of migration and the politics of indigeneity and territoriality consequent upon it. It is a space connected. It's a it's a space connected to the rest of India. By a narrow strip of land, a land ethnically and linguistically quite different from the rest of the country, a region often plagued by ethnic clashes, territorial disputes, insurgency, unrest in different forms, and above all, lack of required development fostering expressions of resistance in the region against the quote-unquote negligence by the mainstream. All these have drawn largely one-dimensional media attention and publicity, resulting to the creation and fostering of the image of the Northeast as a conflict zone marched with perennially in the vortex of turmoil over the questions of marginality, migration, regionalism, territoriality, nationality, identity, and indigenous outsider binary, language and culture, etc. Consequently, the extant narratives on and about the northeast of India in general and the largest state of the region, that is Assam in particular, abound with narratives and meta-narratives of violence, clash, strife and insurgency so far as the relationship among the multifarious constituent communities are concerned. Such a representation tends to get an indelible stamp as researchers and academicians like to tread the trodden path and pursue their research works on the narratives available in the market, mainly in English, fostering the image of the Northeast largely as a conflict-ridden space where large life is represented as not living up to the ideals of human aspirations and perfections, but a minimalist, perilous survival. This incomplete image ignores the living and lived experiences and realities of the people of the Northeast, which permeates underneath the much publicized sensational images of violence and tension, remaining largely unnoticed, celebrating the pristine civilizational values of human society. Though the incidence of sporadic violence may only be a small percentage of the total lived experiences of the people of the Northeast, thanks to the sensational publicity, they remain imprinted in public memory to such a measure that such representations play significant roles in the construction of the image of the Northeast as merely a conflict zone. Naturally, the largest quotient, the lived realities of the love, relationship, understandings, negotiations, and exchanges aplenty among the communities that inhabit the region get submerged under the more formidable and sensational representations of discord, dispute, and disruptions. We hardly noticed in the second week of December 2019, when the media all over India was flooded with the visuals and news of the city of Guwahati reeling under violent demonstrations of anti-CAA style, the tying of the knot between a Bengali groom of Silchar and an Assamese bride from Guwahati was taking place in the heart of Guwahati city, reeling under curfew owing to the political unrest that fomented up mistrust between the Assamese and the Bengali communities. Though the Bihu and Dhamal could not be played amid song and dance on the streets of the city as had been planned earlier and the ceremonial rituals had to be solemnized in a much smaller scale within the four walls of the domestic arena, the marriage went ahead with the support of the neighbors belonging to both the communities of the localities, as both the parties managed to negotiate the union of not only two hearts and two families, but also the two cultures. Such markers of syncretic living in a shared space, and such acts of resistance, howsoever subtle and subdued they may be, against the uncivilized orchestrated violent expressions of dissent remain unnoticed as they lack the dazzle of sensational news values. We tend to forget that the amount of the acts of violence in a given period in certain states in India is much greater in comparison to that of any northeastern state. Even then, violence and unrest remain synonymous to the popular image of the northeastern region, where violence and conflict are considered as the defining factors. As has been mentioned, such representations commit the unpardonable violence, neglecting the bonding, cooperation, and coexistence that the various peoples of the region have been sharing since ages. Any negotiation for conflict resolution in a multicultural society demands understanding objectively, as far as possible, the perspectives of the constituent groups. In this context, the observation made by Homen Borgohain in regard to the relationship between the Assamese and the Bengali communities of Assam may seem pertinent to understand one of the root causes of the tension that often inform the life in Assam. In his prose narrative, which was originally written in Assamese, the translation into English is mine, and the Bengali I translated it from the Bengali translation of Basudev Das, who translated it in his Durdiner Dostabej, and the English title of that write-up of Homen Borgohain, the famous author, is The Bengali in the Eyes of the Assamese. And he writes, and I quote, "Assamese and Bengali are the closest neighbors. They rather seem more than mere neighbors and appear as twins, as they display great similarities in their languages, literatures, and cultures. Such resemblances between the two linguistic groups are rarely found throughout the world. At the same time, it is also equally true that the tension, anger, and the hatred that mark the lives of the two communities living together for centuries are seldom found elsewhere in the world." Unquote. One of the reasons for such dichotomy, as ascertained by Borgohain, is the fact that both the communities nurture certain preconceived notions about the other. The reason for this is the lack of understanding and the dearth of scope and desire for knowing each other. The lack of substantial amount of interlingual translations of the Assamese and Bengali literatures of Assam bears testimony to that. The translation can play significant roles in the mediation in intercultural communication becomes evident as one studies the literature produced from Assam in Assamese and Bengali, only a very small amount of which have been translated into other languages, including in English. Owing to the paucity of time, I'll take up only a few stories in this deliberation today for critical inquiry, which have been written in either in Assamese or in Bengali and subsequently translated into other languages. The first of the stories selected for discussion is Jighangsha, the slaughter, originally written in Assamese by Imran Hussain and translated into Bengali by Basudev Das. The English version of the story has been published in the book The Oxford Anthology of Writings from Northeast India, compiled and edited by Tilottama Mishra. Set in the context of insurgency that erupted in Assam in the last 3 decades of the last century, Jighangsha narrates the plight of an Assamese retired village primary school teacher, Mohi Chandra, who becomes a helpless witness to the transformation of his son, a brilliant young lad, from an innocent, timid boy into a cold-blooded murderer following his joining insurgent groups. As I mentioned, the story's context is the 1970s and 80s of Assam, the Assam agitation and the rise of Alpha and other insurgent groups. The second story, Arijit Chaudhury's Fire, is translated from Bengali into English, published in barbed wire fan stories of displacement from the Barak Valley of Assam, edited jointly by Nirmal Kanti Bhattacharjee and Dipendu Das. The story records the plight of Mohendro, one of those brave Assamese souls who had the courage to uphold sanity during Assam movement, that is between 79 and 85, in an atmosphere charged with hatred and violence against the linguistic minority, fathered by majoritarian politics in the name of safeguarding cultural identity. In his attempt to make people see reason, Mohendro, who is an Assamese, antagonized a large section of his own community to such an extent that he is threatened and is compelled to leave his village and seek shelter in Barak Valley of the state. Here too, Barak Valley, which is largely dominated by the Bengali-speaking people, here he watches a growing suspicion and division among the Bengalis, the Hindus and the Muslims. The story records the acts of sanity in the face of outburst of insanity and violence, human compassion and the sense of solidarity among the common people in the period of unrest in the state of Assam. The third story, Asroy, Refuse, by Komalakanto Bora, is an Assamese short story translated into English by Anup Kumar Das. It is to be published in a forthcoming book. The story begins in medias res with the narrator, who is in Assamese, encountering an old acquaintance, Minoti, an Assamese woman, after a long period of time in a remote town in the hills of northeast of India. The narrative unfolds as the narrator takes the reader back to the tumultuous days of language agitation of 1970s. He carries a feeling of anger and disgust for Minoti because she and her family had provided shelter to a Bengali postmaster of the area who allegedly helped to call the police to their village fearing ethnic violence. The police ultimately harassed a lot of Assamese boys. Years after, when they face each other by coincidence, Minoti invites him to her home, where to his utter surprise he discovers that the Bengali postmaster and the Assamese Minoti have finally created a refuge for themselves in a world informed by tension and cultural interfaces. The fourth story is Of Human Bonding, Manush Manusher Jonno, by Shyamalendra Chakraborty, translated into English from Bengali, original by Ashok Nandi. The story explores the trials and tribulations faced by the two lovers, an Assamese girl and a Bengali youth, whose love is pitted against the backdrop of Assam agitation of late 1970s that was often marked by hatred and violence. Written in the last 3 decades of the 20th century, all the 4 stories which I have mentioned just now, here underline the voices of the reason and resistance against the agencies of disruption of harmony, the undercurrent of which, though remain less pronounced and not overtly visible, play significant roles in upholding sanity, compassion, and other intrinsic civilizational values, which goes into playing significant role in syncretic living in a society of diverse cultures. I'd like to add 2 more stories at this juncture to have a glimpse of the major foci of the Assamese and Bengali literature of Assam that have taken their course in the first 2 decades of the 21st century. The Assamese short story, Urukar Ukmukor Puali, English translation, Urukar Night Confessions by Jogesh Das. It's a story by Jogesh Das, translated into English by Anup Kumar Das, narrates a group of children of different religious and linguistic communities from a fringe neighborhood coming together to celebrate Bihu, one of the major agricultural festivals of Assam. Most of these children come from an impoverished background, and the struggles of their existence are gradually revealed to us when the omniscient narrator tells us us the stories of their parents and the elders. Assam's fraught history with post-colonial territorial divisions and later disputes over land, language, culture informs the narrative of the story. In a land often polarized along class, caste, and religious lines, it is through the innocence of the young children that the adults reacquaint themselves with their shared past and heritage. Through the story, the writer harks back to the past and tries to reimagine a future of communal harmony and inclusivity. Written originally in Bengali by Dipendu Das and translated into English by Sanjoy Kumar Shil, the story Shimana or Boundaries highlights the boundaries in its multifaceted dimensions that divide pluralistic Indian society along ethnic and communal lines and its transgressions by the common people through their shared cultural tradition like Kirtan and Sufi music. Told from the perspective of a middle-class Bengali, Hindu Bengali gentleman living in a small city in Assam, adjacent to the international border dividing India and Bangladesh on Sylhet side, the story explores the customs, values and problems of typical middle-class Hindu Bengali family, the complexities of modern urban life, the tension between Hindus and Muslims, Assamese and Bengali, the artificiality of borders, and the arbitrariness with which they are drawn, the communal tensions in the wake and the following the partition of India, the problems of the refugees, and above all, the mutual coexistence among the people of the Northeast. In his prose narrative, The Bengali in the Eyes of the Assamese, which I have mentioned, Homen Borgohain mentions that while the Bengalis are exceptionally friendly and helpful, they are also snobbish and seem to look down upon other cultures and languages. Basudev Das, the editor of Durdiner Dostabej, corroborates to the observation in the introduction to Durdiner Dostabej, where he states that the Assamese readers love to learn Bengali literature and culture, but the Bengalis do not seem to feel attracted to get acquainted with Assamese literature and culture. One may not have much objection to accept the partial correctness of the observation made by Homen Borgohain on the basis of his personal experience, and one put forward by Basudev Das in the introduction to his book mentioned above. But both the observations cannot probably be fully accepted, as they appear to be somewhat superficial generalizations, particularly in the context of Assam. Moreover, such generalizations tend to leave certain questions unanswered. There cannot probably be any disagreement on the fact that a large number of Assamese readers are quite fond of Bengali literature, but the question remains, which Bengali literature they usually read. It is certain that, barring some rare exceptions, the Bengali literature the Assamese people are acquainted with is mainly Kolkata-centric Bengali literature. They seldom show any interest in the literary responses of the Bengali, his closest neighbor, from Assam and the northeast of India. The translations of Bengali literature to Assamese are mainly the ones published from Kolkata. Moreover, the accusations of snobbery ascribed to the Bengali in general, in regard to displaying lack of interest in the literature and culture of Assamese community, seem to be some kind of injustice to the Bengali people of Assam of today. As the Bengali as a marginal section does not probably afford to express snobbery vis-a-vis to the majority culture, language and literature in the state. The politics in the name of religious identity and consequent otherization in East Bengal led to the oppression and subsequent East Pakistan led to oppression and marginalization, which in turn made a section of Bengali Hindus to migrate to the northeast of India, particularly Assam. The politics on the issue of cultural identity in Assam compelled the Bengali to bear the brunt of another facet of otherization. As a consequence, time and again, put to challenge the identity and lingual identity of the lingual minority. In the context of such crisis of identity, the Bengali of Assam hardly can afford to enjoy the luxury of looking down upon the language, literature, and culture of the majority. I'm just winding up my talk within a couple of minutes. The Bengali literature of Assam bears testimony to the fact that the Bengali of Assam today is ready to grab the hands of its neighbor, spread towards them. Assamese literature also sends similar kind of message. Unfortunately, in the absence of extensive interlingual translation between the Assamese and Bengali literature of Assam and in English, the required bridge at the crossroads is yet to be properly built. The translation of compelling narratives emerging out of the intertwined lives available in the language of the Northeast, including those in Assamese and Bengali of Assam, underlining, without ignoring the tension emanating out of the intercultural interfaces, the strong undercurrent of mutual bonding, love, interdependence, inter-community togetherness, and fellow feeling. All these may provide a platform for intercultural mediation for a better understanding, and in the process, initiate a counter discourse to the popular image of the Northeast in general and Assam in particular as a conflict zone, while providing a more comprehensive image of the region, taking a holistic account of the lived experience and realities of the people residing in this region. Thank you so much. Sir, it is over to you.
Thank you, Professor Das, for that extremely illuminating and crucial and critical presentation on the role of translation in building bridges in a conflict-ridden society, and how translation as a form of dialogue can actually promote understanding of differences. So I want to thank you for that very illuminating presentation on probably overlooked the area in English studies and comparative studies regarding Northeast, and very important points regarding stereotyping that you mentioned about Northeast as if it's a homogeneous kind of cultural unit. So thank you for all those important insights that you shared. We go ahead and we have Praveen Kumari, who is a researcher from Jammu and Kashmir, and her research areas are subaltern writings, and she specializes in Dalit literature. She has brought out one book, Distinctive Voices of Distress and Narratives of Suffering, a study of Dalit women's writing, and 21 papers she has published in national and international peer-reviewed journals, including Scopus and Routledge publications. Currently, she is working as assistant professor in Department of English at Central University of Jammu. Parveen Kumari, I request her to make a presentation.
Thank you. I thank Sahitya Akademi for giving me this opportunity. The title of my talk is Translation as Reception with reference to Dogri literature. Dogri is a language which is primarily spoken in the Jammu division of northern India. There are other languages which are spoken in this region like Punjabi, Hindi, Pahari, Gojri, Punchi, and Urdu. This talk is focused on the importance of translation of literature written in Dogri language into English and translation of literature written in English and other Indian languages into Dogri through the study of some selected translated texts. In his article titled A Brief Survey of Dogri Modern Literature, Nilambar Dev Sharma quotes, Dogri literature started to be written in the real sense of the word in the 18th century during the reign of Maharaja Ranjit Dev. He further observes, although the written literature in Dogri is not very old, there is rich tradition of folk literature which includes folk songs, folk tales, folk ballads, idioms, proverbs, and riddles. Today, Dogri literature comprises all important genres: poetry, plays, novels, autobiographies, translation, etc. The first poem in Dogri starting the line, Kalya Batana Chhodi Dita, in English, I am left alone to walk, was written by the poet Devi Datta. Pag Dandiya, in English, Roads, published in 1985, is the first autobiography in Dogri by Vishwanath Khajuria. Namagram, in English, New Village, published in the 50s by Dogri Sanstha and written jointly by Ramnath Shastri, Dinubhai Pant and Ram Kumar Abror, was the first printed play in Dogri. The genre of the short story in Dogri was born in the historic year of 1947 with the publication of the first short story collection, Pella Full, in English, First Flower, by B.P. Sathe, containing stories of diverse themes of folk life and everyday rural life. In Dogri, the genre of novel was published in 1960s when the three novels, Narendra Khajuria's Channo, Ved Rahi's R. Beri Patan, in English, The Flood, The Ferry and the Harbour, and Madan Mohan's Tara Tetura, in English, Hill and Miss, came on the literary surface. Today, the translation of Dogri literature into English and other Indian languages and the translation of literature in English and other Indian languages into Dogri forms an imperative part of Dogri literature. I shall focus on first translation of literature written in English and other Indian languages into Dogri. This literature in translation into Dogri is done with the two primary objectives. Number one, enriching the Dogri literature with world-class literature. And the second is, this literature could reach the Dogri language lovers. The literature from a particular society is unique because of its distinctive subjects, concerns, and emotions expressed. The literature is universal and knows no boundaries for its readers. It can touch and inspire any reader. However, the language sometimes is a barrier, and this barrier is broken by translation. As translation of the literature in other languages in Dogri has enriched and also influenced and shaped the Dogri literature. Moreover, the Dogri literature which saw its emergence is written mostly in the 1940s. The literature from other societies and in other languages undoubtedly has influenced the Dogri literature. Let's take the translation of renowned playwright William Shakespeare in Dogri. I shall take here the translation of two Shakespearean plays, Julius and Caesar and Othello. The play Julius and Caesar and Othello are translated into Dogri by Madan Gopal Padha in 2014 and 2017 respectively. William Shakespeare has inspired many from different languages through his plays, sonnets, and verses. Dogri Literary Circle is also impressed by William Shakespeare, and his plays are often dramatized in Dogri on stage by local theatre. Madan Gopal Padha, through the translation of these well-known plays, has quenched the thirst of Dogri lovers and readers who wish to read Shakespeare in Dogri. Shri Madan Gopal Padha wishes, I quote, Dogri literature be enriched with world-class literature, unquote. In his article, Shakespearean Literature in Dogri, published in 2018, Ashok Sharma states that Dogri version of Julius Caesar has been catalogued in the University of Birmingham and Stratford. Shri Madan Gopal Padha, in his translation, has tried to bring the emotions, sentiments, intrigues, etc. as used by Shakespeare. The translation has enriched the Dogri literature with powerful quotes like, as from Julius and Caesar, men at some time are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings. Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. And from Othello, men in rage strike those that wish from the best. Men in rage strike those that wish them best. Professor Lalit Mangotra says, Dogri literature without Shakespearean literature in Dogri was like bright without ornaments. Another great contribution to Dogri literature comes from Padam Shri, Professor Ved Kumari Ghai, with her translation, Some Vedamrit, in Dogri, which is published in 2009. The translation of Vedamrit from Sanskrit to Dogri for Dogri readers is just like John Keats' case when he is thankful to Elizabethan playwright George Chapman for his translation of Homer. The translation of Vedamrit into Dogri is a great boon for Dogri literature and Dogri readers as well as common people who do not know Sanskrit and now can read Vedamrit in their own language. Maxim Gorky novel Mother is published in English 1906, then in Russian in 1907. It is translated into Dogri as Ma by Om Goswami and is published in 2018. The themes of hunger, poverty, and sexual exploitation of a poor woman form the core of the novel. The novel fills the reader with the spirit of rebellion. similar themes and common and poor people as subjects one can find in the Dogri short stories Dry Gunpowder by O.P. Sharma, Fire and Light by Bandhu Sharma, Continuum by Chaman Arora, and the novel Hashiya Par by Shailendra Singh. One of the most important translations in Dogri is Punjabi writer Gurdial Singh's Madi Da Diva, in English, The Last Flicker or Dying Flame. The novel is published in 1964. Its Dogri translation as Deri Da Diya is done by Prakash Premi, published in 2004. The novel enriches the Dogri literature with Dalit concerns. Here I quote Maria Timachko, who observes, I quote, translation is a vector of power, resistance, rebellion. Translation strategies are instrumental in significant historical interventions and cultural change, unquote. When a translator is set at the translation of a particular text, he or she knows the subjects of translation. There is inner resistance in the translator, which he or she puts while translating a text. So in this novel, Jagsir, a Dalit low caste farmer, not only loses his land where his father's shrine is to the landlord, but also loses his life because of exploitation. Similarly, Dogri short story, Funeralized by Narendra Khajuria, exhibits Dalit concerns strongly. A Dalit woman, Paga, whose husband has died, goes to the landlord and asking for money for the funeral rites. Landlord reminds her that her husband had already taken money for his parents' funeral rites, which is still not paid, and interest has also gone too high. After many pleadings, the landlord gives Paga the money. Paga is sexually exploited by her own neighbor and gives birth to a son and names him Murkhu. She works on land single-handedly. The landlord takes her cow as a part of interest. Soon the school opens in the village and the landlord asks Paga to send her son to work at his house as his son has to go to school. Due to hunger and hard work in the fields, Paga's health gets deteriorated and she dies. Soon the readers see Murkhu at the landlord's door and in the same situation asking money for his mother's funeral rites, and he gets reminded by the landlord about the death of his parents. The subject of partition and its horror form the center of Indian literature. The Hindi writer Kamleshwar's novel Kitne Pakistan in Hindi is published in 2000. It is translated into Dogri by Chhatarpal, published in 2013. The inhumanity, brutality, selfishness, pain, riots, mass casualties, rape and bloodshed are the wounds of partition which can never be healed and erased from the mind of Indians and the persons who suffered and lost their loved ones. The same issues one can notice in Dogri writings like the Dogri short story, The Sandals by Shiv Mehta. The translation of Matsam Gokhi's autobiographical works, that is My Apprenticeship, by Madan Mohan Sharma in Dogri, and My University is translated into Dogri as Meriyan Universitiyan by Dr. Veena Gupta, published in 1999, forms an imperative part of the genre non-fiction in Dogri literature. The autobiography Pagdandiyan in Dogri by Vishwanath Khajuria and Boond Babri by Shri Padma Sachdev also narrates the personal and social experiences of the narrators. The translation of the Bengali children novel Chandra Pahad into Dogri is done by Sudesh Raj, which was published in 1999. The novel is written by Bengali writer Vibhuti Bhushan Bandyopadhyay. The Dogri translation of Ruskin Bond's collection of 14 short stories, Our Trees Still Grow in Dehra, as Dhera Aj Bhi Ugdene Sare Boote, is done by Nirmal Vinod, which is published in 2016. The adventurous journey, curiosity, and child emotions narrated in Chandra Pahad and childhood memories and sensibilities, environmental concerns, and nature as a friend and companion in Our Trees Still Grow in Dehra is an immense contribution to Dogri literature. Similarly, the translation of the classic works of Gulzar, Abdus Samad's Do Gaj Zameen, Rajasthan Stories, Robin Sharma's The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari, etc. are the distinctive contribution to Dogri literature and its readers by the translators. The translation of the literary works written in English and other Indian languages also adds to the vocabulary of Dogri literature. This further substantiated by translator Suman K. Sharma, who in her review of Julius Caesar, Dogri translation by Madan Gopal Bhada states, I quote, while showering accolades on Madan Gopal Padha for his valorous attempt to wrestle out the meaning from English words of archaic and confounding usage, Professor Sharma has made a strong case for Dogri to assimilate foreign words. Unquote. Further, India, being a multi-regional and multicultural country, has given rise to diverse themes and subjects in its literature. The translation of literature written in English and other Indian languages into Dogri makes a strong case of study for the scholars of the Jammu region to compare and contrast the literature made available to them in translation through intra and interlinks. Now let's come to the section, translation of Dogri literature into English and other Indian languages and its importance. In this section, I shall focus on the translation of Dogri literature into English. In the last 20 years, Dogri Literature Circle has seen the emergence of the translation of Dogri literature into the English language. Hashya Par, the novel originally written in Dogri, published in 2010, is translated into English by Suman K. Sharma in the year 2014. The novel also became the first Dogri novel to be translated and published by the Oxford University Press in the English language. Hashya Par, in English meaning on the margins, narrates the lives of the very poor in the Chenab Valley, Jammu. The novel depicts the life of the segment of society that for ages has been pushed to life on the margins. It portrays the lives of the fishermen, laborers, farmers, and other weaker section of society who are the poorest of the poor. In 2014, Dogri writer Lalit Mangotra and translator Suman K. Sharma came up with the English translation of the collection of Dogri short stories. It has been published as a collaborated venture of Dogri Sanstha and Sri Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine Board. In his appreciation of the translation of this collection of short stories, Lalit Gupta, in his review published in 2014, comments, I quote, "The translation is a creative process, as it captures the vibrancy of one language into another," unquote. The story, The Prince and the Painter by Ved Rahi, not only narrates the suppression of a painter by the feudal lord, but also the bodily humiliation, shame a scheduled tribe woman is being put to. The short stories, funeralized by Narendra Khajuria and continued by Chaman Arora, narrate the misery, poverty-torn lives, and the bodily exploitation of Dalit women and Dalit widows. The short stories, A Riddle by Indrajit Kesar and Makoru by Nirmal Bikram, fall into the genre of disability literature. The stories portray the predicament of disability and selfishness of the people around. I quote, "It becomes clear how deformed are the men around them, who on a casual look appear so normal," unquote. Again, one cannot ignore the English translation of the works by Dogri women writers like the short stories Krishna Prem's Mia's Form, Shashi Pathania's A Stranger Too Familiar, and Champa Sharma's Home to Heaven are replete with female concerns, sensitiveness, emotions, consciousness, and issue. The short stories by Dogri male authors which raises the social consciousness about women's issues are Bhagwat Prasad Sathe's The In-Laws Reproach, O.P. Sharma's Dry Gunpowder, Ramnath Shastri, Thunder and Lightning, Raheshwar Raju, A Point of No Return, etc. The translation of these texts makes them available for a wider audience and hence acts as an agency for social change. Another milestone in the Dogri literary circle is the English translation of a woman's autobiography, which is also a first autobiography by Dogri women, is by Padma Sachdev's Boond Vawadi by Uma Vasudev and Jyosna Singh as a drop in the ocean, published in 2011. The autobiography acts as a resistance to patriarchal oppression. Through her autobiography, Padma Sachdev recounts the various traumatic experiences in her life, from her being born as a girl in the patriarchal society to her 3-year-long illness and then to her failed marriage. The English translation of the Dogri writings not only makes this literature available to the outside Dogri circle, but this translation carries itself a unique expression of Dogri expression and language. The distinctive expression in the Dogri language cannot be translated. Hence, the words are kept as it is. For instance, Pahadi chinna pankhurwa, tere mitre mitre bol, apni boli kiya bola, mari lende raja log. These are Dogri song lines in the story Funeralized by Narendra Khajuria. Then the expressions like, "Tusi dikhi sakdiyan ho," like Mata Bhala Kare, Rajiro, etc. Characters names like Kesro, Mohru, Gangu, Biro, Soma. Expression of food items like toda, dal, saag pakoras, puri, kada. Flower and leaves names like Beel Patri, Akdatura. The places like Mata Bhavan, Parade Ground, Trikuta Hills, etc. All these expressions not only give an inkling to non-regional readers, but also bring the regional reader close to his region. K. Sunitha Rani on the importance of translation states, translation is definitely not a mere carrying across, definitely reworking of the text, but not a reworking of meaning. If the meaning is reworked on and reconstructed, then it cannot be the writer's text. It will be the text only of the translator, whereas a translation, I feel, is a text of both the writer and translator. If the meaning is reworked, then the very purpose of this writing will be defeated, unquote. She again emphasizes, I quote, the need for translation also emerges from the fact that the voices that want to reach or have to reach people of different parts of the world remain partly unsuccessful, as most of them write in regional languages, thus defeating the purpose of raising the voice with a community cause and political purpose, unquote. One cannot deny that the translated texts are twice removed from originality, but one also cannot deny that the translation shapes the evolution of literature of a particular society, as well as language, and the subjects of the text are presented on the world stage through the translation. Thank you.
Thank you, Parveen Kumari, for that very informative account of translation activity into Dogri. And if you look at the entire linguistic and cultural ecology on South Asian scene, then we see that certain languages and literary traditions are on the margins, while certain literary traditions occupy predominant place, creating a strange kind of asymmetry within South Asian linguistic ecology. And all these papers have, and all the presentations which are extremely scholarly and informative and adding to our knowledge of various dimensions of translation and reception. We have also seen that they have impact which goes beyond strictly literary or even aesthetic, as has been mentioned, and they are also driven by motivations which are not strictly literary or aesthetic for that matter. So I think we can have some time and we can discuss these scholarly presentations. So we can have questions. It's open for questions. Yeah, Professor Sayantan has a question.
It's just to set the ball rolling. This is for Dr. Parveen Kumari. We had Gautam speaking before this on how translations from Bhojpuri are giving an enhanced visibility to Bhojpuri language and literature in the national imaginary. Do you see something like that happening vis-a-vis the Dogri language and literature as well, because of the translations that have been happening from Dogri, which are going out into the world in English or other languages?
Yes, absolutely. I agree to this point. Well, it is not only on the world stage, but also the people within the Dogri region also. I want to give my example. For example, from my school, I had the education in Hindi and English. Dogri is going to be only within the family circle. Whenever we go out, it is going to be Hindi or English. So of course, when it is translated in English, and I gone through this short story collection and I am reading the expression of Dogri, of course, it is making me connect with these Dogri expressions. And now I want more study and I want to more explore and talk I said Dogri. And of course, I am feeling proud that this literature and this thought is coming from my region. So of course, I do agree.
Yeah, Dr. Saraswati Saha has a question.
Am I audible, Sachin sir?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Oh, actually, this is not a question per se, but I would like to, ask a small thing to Shucharita Di. Shucharita Di, can you hear me? Shucharita Di, is she around?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was wondering, since you were talking about translations, you began with translations of English texts in 19th century Bengal. And, although so a lot of work has been done, but when we look at those translations per se, a lot of those translations have prefaces by translators. They talk about, what are the intentions of translation or the methodology that they were following. So, I was wondering if the texts that you were referring to, which are quite popular, and if we look at all the other translations in general, how they actually also tell us how these translators wanted those texts to be received, like how they wanted to disseminate them, or how they wanted the general audience to receive those texts in a certain light, maybe not what was originally intended by the source text, author of the source text. So would you like to comment a little?
If we are talking about the translation by Girish Ghosh in this context, the Prastabona that I was talking about is a part of the translated text. It's not really there in the form of a translator's note or introduction. Okay. There the tone is not so much one of justification, but almost an excuse, and that he is having to use Shakespeare. It has got nothing to do with the way he's translating, but the fact that he's translating Shakespeare, that is more important. Not the style, not the method, whether it's a translation, whether it's a transcreation. And referring to Utpal Datta's translation, there obviously the introduction is important, because the introduction is written by Shomik Bandyopadhyay, where he talks about his personal interactions with Utpal Datta. And as far as Rabindranath is concerned, obviously there's no introduction, but we read it from his references in Jivan Smriti. So in the case of the translations that I was talking about, that the proper introduction by the translator is not really present.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
I think there is also a question from Ipsita B.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. This is actually not a question, it's an observation in regard to Dr. Dipendra Das's deliberation. I hope he's there. Actually, I would like to thank him for putting forward some very pertinent issues regarding Assamese and Bengali literature in translation. And if there are more projects that comes up, as he has talked about Bengali literature from the Calcutta based literature being translated into Assamese, but not the original ones. And I think when he has mentioned about the tensions, I think he has also mentioned about the Bhasha Andolan and the small Assamese community intimidated by the past, maybe, I don't know what type of decisions, but Bengali becoming the official language at one point of time. So I think translation can help in resolving many issues, and I hope the August gathering will take note of this and more projects can come out on this regard. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. There is also, I think, even Rushali Nagarle has also raised her hand.
Yes,
so,
good evening to all. I am from Pune. I want to ask, I will just add one thing, that this is about Parveen's paper, that she says that the Dalit literature in Dogri talks about some issues which cannot be sentences, words which cannot be translated into English. There are my studies on Dalit women's writings, translated text. So it has shown the world how Dalit literature also complains about patriarchy and racism. And one more thing I want to add, that I've read some books where this marginalized literature, in translations we have come to know about many things. So translation has helped. It may not be a very good translation, but it has tried, it's an attempt to give the best to people to understand what is going in the Dalit literature. This is what I want to add, sir. Sachin, sir.
No, my argument was not this. I just said this, that some expressions can't be translated. Like we can take Om Prakash Valmiki Juthan. So Juthan can't be translated into English.
Yes, yes.
So there are some words which are from our culture which cannot be translated,
Yes.
and the translator has put that expressions only in that language so that it can be better understood. And that's not my point that it can't be translated. Of course, I have put emphasize on in my paper that translation brings social change.
Yes.
It is with the resistance.
Yes, that I agree, Parveen, madam, that it is explained in English, translated into English. It may not convey the same meaning, but the translators are doing their job to translate the words or language which is not found in the mainstream people. This is my readings so far. That's what I wanted to say, sir. Thank you.
are there any more questions? Yeah, in case we don't have any questions, I want to actually thank all the three learned presenters for extremely different and illuminating presentations. It's all the three presenters added substantially to my understanding of various contexts of translation as a practice in our country. And I would like to congratulate Professor Sayantan Dasgupta and Sahitya Academy for organizing such a illuminating seminar, which has added to knowledge for all of us. And thank you very much for having me as a moderator for this session.
Thank you very much, all the paper readers. Thank you, Sachin, for conducting and moderating this session. So we are at the end of this symposium. Let me just take a couple of minutes to thank those who are involved with this. Thank you to Sahitya Academy for collaborating with Sentil on this symposium. And in particular, we're grateful to Srinivas Rao ji, who took the time out in spite of another Sahitya Academy engagement. And we are very grateful to Professor Kapil Kapoor for delivering the keynote address, Professor Shubha Chakraborty Dasgupta, Professor Nilufar Bharucha, Professor Sachin Ketkar, Professor Krishna Manavalli, Professor Dipendu Das, Professor Gautam Chaube, Professor Shucharita Chattopadhyay, Professor Animesh Mahapatra, Professor Praveen Kumari, all of you for participating in this symposium. And thank you to the audience. And I see Professor Duncan Large, Director of the British Centre for Literary Translation, UVA. Thank you so much for joining from all the way there. So a big thank you, of course, to the Jadavpur University administration also for helping us to conduct this. And I think finally, I would like to thank my joint coordinator, Shraddhanjali Tamang, who was introducing the keynote speaker in the beginning, and Ms. Tiash Boshu. Tiash has been instrumental with all the work in the background, everything, the technical expertise she's been providing. She is a research fellow in the Department of Comparative Literature, Jadavpur University. Thank you, Tiash. And with that, we bring this program to an end, although we end with the promise that we will disturb you, the speakers, very soon about possible publications of your presentations. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you very much.